Oh, welcome to the Adams Arms. It's our Thursday night, late night lock-in. BX Gunner 81. Jose, good to see you, my friend. I was about to watch Craven. Man, I've switched to Uncle Buck to watch the show. Uncle Buck is a classic film, the bit where he gives her $5 to have that mole gnawed off her face. Whoa! Okay, so did you get to see the two clowns drunkenly fighting in an alleyway that was Man United versus Tottenham? We don't change for anyone, mate. It's the way we are. We don't defend. We don't really know how to play football. We just take pot shots at goal. How are you feeling about the fact we haven't had the draw yet? Obviously, I'll be covering the draw live. I'll keep you updated. Who do you want? Do you want Tottenham in the semis, or do you want Tottenham in the final, or do you want Liverpool in the semis, Newcastle in the semis, get to a final? There is a small danger, I suppose, if we get Tottenham in the final. Can you imagine? The worst case scenario unfolds and we lose to Tottenham in the final? I don't even want to think about it. I just had thought about it and probably just made you think about it. So apologies for that. What about the game yesterday? I tell you what I thought. I thought all the times, I am. Did you? So Jose, you didn't see the 4-3 thriller. I honestly thought it was 3-0. It went to 3-2, and then and I honestly thought from the momentum and everything else that Tottenham were going to. It's going to be penalties or something, and then of course, well, I say of course, but it went to 4-2 and then to 4-3. Classic, and it really is just two clowns having a fight in an alleyway, isn't it? I don't want Newcastle in the semis. Home and away, I think Newcastle's the easiest match. I fancy us to beat Tottenham or Newcastle over two legs. Liverpool's a tough proposition that you probably don't want, but the draw will be what the draw is. Yesterday, I was saying that the criticisms I have had of Mikel Arteta, I know that I'm not his biggest critic, but I have in the past thought that he doesn't rotate the squad enough. He doesn't make substitutions quickly enough, and he doesn't trust youth enough. And yesterday it felt like he did all of those things, but at exactly the wrong time. So when I saw the lineup for the game, I just thought, who risks this? This is Crystal Palace. It's a Premier League side. They're in good form at the moment. They've played a first string side, and we've put out it was a pack. It isn't a second string side because they don't play. So when you're seeing our front three, let's be honest, it just did not look like it was going to get goals. In the midfield, I thought trusting Nwaneri was great. And as I said, it's great when you trust the young players, but there are moments and there are times where you need more experienced heads. And so when we went a goal down to Mateta, and it's the sort of thing like Jakub Kiwior going for that header. It's a bit like me going for a header, eyes closed, just please don't hit me on the head. And then he does kind of recover enough to try and shield Mateta away from goal, but not well enough. And you think such a Route 1 goal to concede in the first 5 minutes. And obviously we've got bad experiences now. The Everton game would have been playing on everyone's mind, inability to score. And, it got to a point where I don't think many of us did believe. Certainly at halftime, if you told me that Jesus was going to score a hat-trick, I would have thought you'd been smoking some of the sticky icky. And that's what happened. So I guess my question to you is, do you think that clearly Arteta rolled the dice? Was it the right thing to do? And was it a masterstroke? Did he rest all the players for the game against Palace on the weekend? Saturday evening's 5:30 kickoff. We've got players fit for that now that are well rested. We're going to win that game. Obviously, if we don't win that game, he's going to get even more punishment. I believe the draw is about to start. So Saliba getting beat by Jimenez was worse for me. Timber was busy in an inverted position to offer any cover. Fair. Yeah, I get your point about the Jimenez goal. He definitely rolled the dice and got very lucky. The thing is, isn't it? Like, you can't, if you take risks and you get away with them, that is just, you have to give them credit for that. No, you have to say fair's fair. We are in a better position. I thought Tierney was great. He's playing for a move, obviously, and we David Ornstein revealed yesterday that we haven't activated his 1-year clause, so he is leaving. Whether it's in January or not, I kind of would hope not. I hope he gets more time. He was great, and what was fantastic was watching a player on the wide get balls into the box. The cross from Tierney that Sterling hit at Henderson, and then somehow, I do feel for Sterling because that goes in. It's such an important moment. Obviously, we ended up winning the game anyway, but the shot rebound hits the crossbar somehow from that angle. It's just incredible. Evening, it's Fan Dabby Rosie. Hello, Hobags. You eat? How you doing, hen? You're not bad, great. Okay, that's gonna be my Scottish. So he rolled the dice. He definitely did. And you're right, he got, I don't know if he got very lucky, but he definitely got lucky. There was something in that team yesterday that got them over the line. 2 likes, that's impressive. Rosie, you haven't clicked like yet. Like and subscribe. Unsubscribe, then resubscribe. We're doing all right for subscribers this week. You know, it's been a steady upward trend. Thank you. If you're new to the channel, I hope you enjoy our regular Tuesday and Thursday nights as much as I do. We have the regulars turn up. We have some fantastic people here. But 2 of the mainstays, 2 of the real local regulars already here with us. BX Gunner 81, Jose, and Fan Dabby Rosie for brilliant to see you here. We actually got, believe it or not, there's one person on Facebook. If you're on Facebook, just click like. It's free. Absolutely free to do. 40. Oh. Did you watch the game? To be honest with you, I thought that Man United were going to come back into it. Not necessarily at 3-0, I'll be honest. We're going to watch the draw live. I don't think Mitch is on Facebook anymore. I think he comes straight onto YouTube, Rosie. He's our... Oh, I think we've lost the Facebooker. Let's say it was Mitch, and he's quickly running over. Oh, what am I doing on here? Anyway, so... Arsenal through to the semi-finals of the League Cup. It's not a cup with which we have a great affinity. We've lost 6 finals. 6 finals. That could be a quiz question, actually. Name the 6 teams we've lost to in the final. Hey! Moss Sports World in the frozen Saskatchewan. Frozen... I was going to say wastelands. That's not fair, is it? It's not a wasteland, but it does look cold from some of the videos you've taken. And I thought it was cold over here, but it's nothing like as cold. I thought they were going to come back, and then someone scored the 4th. That corner that went in was just painful, isn't it? Absolutely painful. It was just a shit show. Be nice to work Spuds in 2-legged semi-finals. Yeah, I think I'd rather. I think I want Spurs in the semi. I don't really want any of these teams. I think they're all... I mean, an away trip to Newcastle is always a bit shit. Chelsea twice. Jesus saves Arteta, I think, from... Do you start... I mean, this is the question now, isn't it? Do you start Jesus on Saturday? I don't know how you drop him now. A hat-trick, his first hat-trick. I don't know how you drop him. Also, on the subject of Chelsea, I do just want to add, they spent 6 million quid on the I don't know how you say it, the Barcelona forward, the youngster, the 18-year-old, and he scored twice tonight for Chelsea. And I would just like to see Arsenal do something similar. I'd just quite like to see us go out there and buy some play. I mean, not like a Ben who's already almost proven for 60 million. I want us to go and do what we did with Martinelli. 20-something, minus 20-something. Yep. time to go home and snowblow shovel with Mario be frozen and the NHL NFL watch along. Here we are. Stick with us for the draw because Arsenal, Liverpool, Newcastle, and Tottenham go into the bowl, the Goldfish Bowl, and would be drawn out. I'm calling. I would like us to have. Oh God, who do we want? Let's get Tottenham. Let's get Tottenham. Jamie Carragher, Jamie Redknapp. You look a bit casually dressed for me. I like it when people draw incoming. It's now. It's now, Moss. Hold tight. Hold the phone, son. We're gonna. Oh, 4 balls. I don't know how to pronounce it, though, Rosie. Gooey. So right, first up, number 1, Arsenal. Arsenal are out of the hat already. We're going to find out in just a few moments who we play over 2-leg semi-final to get to Wembley in March. Oh, it's 3. It's Newcastle in the semis. So Arsenal have drawn Newcastle in the semi-finals. No prize for guessing that Tottenham will now play Liverpool in a reprise of the Champions League that Tottenham didn't turn up for. Don't see it's on Sky Sports. Yes, it is. They've just done it. So the draw is as follows: Arsenal versus Newcastle, Liverpool versus Tottenham. And genuinely, what this means is that I think we'll get past Newcastle. I think we will get to our first final since 2019. 2019? When was it 2020? Beg your pardon. God, it's years ago now. Arsenal, Newcastle. I'll be backing Newcastle. You can back who you like. In fact, please bet on them. Just like, you know what? We got Magpies. We've got another one of them cold trips to the northeast. Bloody hell. Do I not want that? I mean, I say cold trips to the northeast, Moss. I fully appreciate that it's not the levels you're at. But in England, it's cold. It's almost as cold as Scotland. Right. Newcastle have our number. Don't know if they do. I don't know if they do. I mean, we pumped them like, what was it, 4-0 at half time when they came to us. So I'm not buying that they have our number. Miss Molina. Yes, Newcastle. Snow up to my armpits. Listen, I don't know. It's a tough one because I tell you what, though, for the semi-final, he better not try any of this second string shenanigans. You please don't bet on Arsenal, Rosie. Please don't put a bet on Arsenal. Put us in a 15-way accumulator and get 14 right and have us wrong. Miss Molina, Miss Molina. Everyone gets the theme tune here at the Adams Arms, and tonight I'm back on the unofficial unsponsor. It's really only Mitch that cares about this, isn't it? But I like to have a drink here at the Adams Arms. Ruben Amorim being interviewed. Tell you what, I think he started well, but losing to it's a tough. I mean, it's weird, isn't it? Both Tottenham and Man United, big results away to City. Really close match. If we want to talk about it, lots to talk about in terms of like game management, 0 game management, the Son corner goal. All right, Moss, I'm really glad you said that because I was watching it with sound off because the family, we're watching The Bear at the moment and loving it, absolutely loving that series. So I only had it on my phone. I wasn't watching. I know that there was a bit of it seemed like there was contention around the corner, but it seemed to just go in. It just went in. Like it was a corner that just went in. I don't know if I couldn't see a foul on the keeper. We're on series 2, and I'm absolutely bloody loving it. And I think it's one of the best TV series I've ever seen. It's up there with The Sopranos for me. Dune Prophecy, want to watch that, but the missus hasn't seen either of the films yet, so we'll have to watch for her to do that. Are you only announcing Arsenal, bud? Is bud like when you say bud, does that mean you're angry? Bud. That's not kind calling down an R. I've been called so much worse, let's be clear. What? What? What's going on? You're all talking amongst yourselves. I don't even know what you're all talking about now. Stop jinxing the arse. Hey, I clicked the like and I liked it. Nick Fadley from the 80s. I'm getting a feeling. Welcome. Well, so right, we've got a Geordie's. I hope we beat yes, because we'd love to win a cup final. We keep getting to finals and we don't win them. Like, it'd be great if we could just win one trophy while I'm alive. Like, if we got Liverpool, then if we got Newcastle, then Liverpool. Yes, that is how the semi-finals work. Then shite spuds, Rosie. Tottenham versus Liverpool will be more open and exciting than our match versus Newcastle. Oh yeah. I don't really want an exciting match, to be honest with you. I want to go up there, get beaten 1-0, bring them back to our place, and absolutely humiliate them. Bruno Guimaraes knocked out, trying to headbutt Gilberto's elbow, or Jorginho comes on and chins him or something. I don't know. No, I'm not wishing violence and altercation. Don't get too excited. Chelsea beaten by Newcastle. What do you mean don't get too excited? Party pooper. Look, we know who Newcastle are. We go up there. It's a tough game. They sit back. They don't try and score. Tonali is back in form because he had one good game. That's a short. Oh, well, so's Gabriel Jesus then. Let's not worry about it. I'm not particularly... Listen, out of those three sides, the aggro of a Tottenham game, semi-final, although the first time we won the League Cup final, we had Tottenham in the semis. So evening to you, Miss Molina. And big up indeed to Rosie, Jose, and Moss Sports World. Good evening. Well, great to have you here, guys. Early as well. Sometimes I have to wait for like a half hour for you guys to turn up. Missing some regulars. Hopefully we will see. How are we all feeling? I really enjoyed some of the videos yesterday. Moss was really enjoying your live, dipping in and out of that, and missed the Arsenal podcast. Good result for the ladies, I understand, although I didn't watch it. Time to shut up and have a unofficial, unsponsored Staro Prom Man. Oh, are you? Miss Molina, why are you live? What are you doing? Get over here. You're supposed to be live with me. You're supposed to be in Adam's arms. When we have a crowd in, I need help behind a bar here. I didn't know you were live. What are you doing going live? Are we competing? Why don't you dual stream? What does that mean? What does that mean, Rosie? You need to go home. Not looking forward to the snow blowing. I'm forever blowing snow. Miss Molina, why are you live? You know it's my Thursday nights with you all. Not telling you when to. Are you live? Who does Thursday nights? Oh, is this because of the? Are you doing live because of the draw? Well, that's done now. Get over it. Get yourself over here. Come on. I will, of course. Anyone who wants to is more than welcome to joindre moi ici pour l'enjoyment of football. So to cover off the topics, I'm sure that some degree we will want to talk about, or maybe we'll just want to get stuck into good Christmas movies. Is Die Hard a Christmas movie? Do you know what? I'm glad you said that, Moss, because when I heard dual streams, I did think of being 12 again, and you and your mate standing going, cross the stream. Right, so that's weird. I'll leave that. Channels all together, chat synced is dual streams. Do you mean cross streams and pissing in the same bowl? I don't know how to do dual streams. I barely know how to do any of this, really. I know how to do this. Nilo Butai, shout out. There you go. Nilo Butai, or Butai, I don't know how you pronounce that, but bloody good to see you. Click like while you're there. You're our Facebook viewer. Big love to the Facebook. I do it all the time, Rosie, pissing while live. You have to. It's 2 hours, man. What are you going to do? You've got a little moist carpet there in front of me, just in front of the radiator to get that smell going. So, Mikel Arteta, are we all happy with him yet? Have we all, as a pendulum swung the other way? Is everyone now sure he's the right man? If he lifts us silverware, he's got us to a semi-final. If Zanzibar Barbarian were here, and I don't know why he isn't, he should be here, then he would be able to answer the question, who are the 6 teams that have beaten Arsenal in a final of the League Cup? That's how many it is, by the way. You can't go 2 hours without peeing, lol. I do at night, but not when I'm drinking Star of Prime and goes through me like a knife through butter. I walk to the bathroom downstairs. Simple. I pee in the snow. Where's Sam Greenwood when you want to take the piss? Yeah. You two are getting at it, aren't you, at the moment? Too flirty. To quote Lee Gunner, if I had a gun, I could have shot him. Something tells me Lee Gunner would miss. Wonky eyes, shaky hands, and a bit of a douchebag. So, Liverpool, Man City, Chelsea are those the 4 we lost. No, we've lost 6, mate. And there's some very not glamorous teams in there. You have to be a bit of an expert in football to know some of the teams we've lost to. Lee Judges. That was Lee Judges BX. Lee Judges. Yeah. Okay. Lee Gunner couldn't shoot straight. So we've got Newcastle. I think we'll get through that. Then probably end up with Liverpool in the final. How football does kind of go cyclical, doesn't it? I'm just checking. Is Miss Molina live? Are you live, Miss Molina? Oh, you are live. Look at that. Why are you live? Why? Who was splitting the... Oh, do you know what? I'm getting distracted now. I'm actually... Hey, it's Anti-Barbarian. North London Derby final, Nick. I would like it. I would fucking have that. Sorry, Dan, and all I forgot it was Thursday. You're in a bit of a... Is this your Christmas spirit kicking in? Because you had that the other day, didn't you? When you were like, are you live later? And I was like, it's not the day for it. It's Monday. Could not hold a gun up with those arms. You couldn't. No, skinny wretch. Hey, the Anti-Barbarian. Rosie. Hi, Imelda. I forgot that we were calling you Imelda. Must make a note of that. So, Anti-Barbarian quiz question for tonight is, which are the 6 teams that have beaten Arsenal in the League Cup final? I'm not trying to send anyone away, but if you're watching 2 streams, you've got Miss Molina and Luca Talks Ball. I think they're talking about getting rid of Miss Molina. How are you doing 2 things at once, Miss Molina? You are a miracle worker, by the way. You've done a video on shorts. I did a video on shorts. Did you not see it? I've done. Oh, you talk about Rosie. All right, fair enough. I'm getting confused. I've got too many things going on. It's too exciting up in this. Tierney to Celtic. Apparently, that's a story that's breaking that I'm seeing for the first time on Miss Molina's. I would go over there, guys. She's having a proper football chat. All I've got to offer you is free virtual beer and pub quiz questions. And the pub quiz question that we start with: which 6 teams have beaten Arsenal in the final? Excuse me. It's great windy pops, yeah. The final of the League Cup. Which of the 6 teams have beaten us? We have won 2. We won against Sheffield Wednesday, and we won against Liverpool, which looks like it might be reprised. So, is that an imitation of the beginning of the George Graham era, which went so stupendously well? Could well be, yeah. It could be. I'm kind of hopeful. I'm not 100% hopeful, to be honest with you. I do think that we're going to... we've got to be optimistic. You've got to stay positive and optimistic, haven't you? Hamilton Athletic, Plymouth Moydart, Greenwich Albion, and Howden Backshift. Swansea, Chelsea. Yes, that's 2 of them. They're not glorious, are they? They're not... Yeah, it's not glamorous, I should say. But the finals that Arsenal have lost, maybe tell me in order. Maybe let me know in order which finals we've lost. The first one was 1968. We've lost 6 finals in total. Not good. We've won twice. We've lost 6. It's pretty bad, isn't it? It is pretty bad. When was the last one? I'm desperately trying to remember when the last one was as well. I know this is bad, but when we were... Oh, yeah, I've remembered now. I think there's more teams than that. I might be getting mistaken, There might be more teams that have beaten us. Wrexham before Ryan Reynolds. Yeah. That was the FA Cup they knocked us out of in 1992. So, no. I love it when you start guessing, though, because you do guess terribly. Yeah, so I will give out clues if I need to, but I shouldn't really need to. This isn't that complicated a quiz question, is it? Arsenal have lost... I'm just double checking because I thought it was 6 League Cup finals. It may be more. I hate to say it, but it may be more. But there's a couple in there which are just absolutely dreadful. You know, you'd wanna. You wouldn't believe that we'd lost to teams as bad as this. I can't get to 6 again. I got to 6 earlier. I counted in my head. I was counting on all my fingers. Maybe it's only 5. Canada before Wales. Big up Brian Reynolds. Helmendje. No wonder you keep losing sports bets, Rosie. You don't know any of the football teams. It's all right to be rubbish at this. I'm not expecting you to get it right anyway. Yeah, no, there are 6 teams that Arsenal have lost the League Cup final to. Let's get that, put a pin in that quiz question. And then can I honestly expect, I'm honestly expecting Arsenal fans to be a bit cheerful tonight. How are we doing, Zanzibar Baron? What did you think of the game yesterday? I started off by saying that I, in the past, have always wanted Arteta to rotate more, trust young players more, and make substitutions earlier. And I felt like he did all that yesterday, but at exactly the wrong time. I think for him to play a second string team against a Premier League team that's finding some of its form, that had a really good end to the season, that is capable of winning, let's put it that way, even if we are at home, and to suddenly put out a second string team in the way that he did was almost definitely going to backfire on us. And then first 5 minutes, of course, what a shocking bit of defending by Jakob Kivior, who increasingly looks like she's out. I thought they were good teams. Yeah, you thought they were. That's why you backed them. That's why you never win Ackers. Rosie said she did a video on shorts. I've seen her shoe one, but not her shorts one. So I might have to go and watch that. I might not get dressed either. It's a bit carry on, isn't it? It's carry on up the Adam's arms. Can we have a non-football quiz at some point, please, Dan? Yes, you certainly can. Yes, you certainly can. Do you want it? Specialist subject, music, science, literature. What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? I'm here for everything. I've got a jukebox. I'm going to play it. But we do have a sports themed pub, so don't be too surprised we do the occasional Arsenal quiz question. I am really, Miss Molina, I am surprised at you for hosting a live at the same time as us. We need to cross the streams and not in a toilet way. Just, I'm trying to think. Where would I get a non-football quiz? Science. Okay. Let's see if I can get you a science-based quiz question. But in order to unlock, we have our first like from Facebook. And Mavula Isaac, you are a legend. Love to you. Moss. You're so close, by the way, but you're not quite right. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. but there's one wrong. One of those is wrong. Good guess, though. Great. Hello, Mavala. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Mavala Isaac, fantastic to have you here. Geography questions. There's no such thing as geography. Can't be asked for that. Forget that. No, not doing geography. What's the coldest part of the world tonight? Moss's house. And so, yeah, no, you did really well on that. You've put Man City, Man United, Luton Town, Leeds United, Swindon and Chelsea, but one of those is wrong. Rosie's saying hi. History. I'm a history buff. Oh, I could do history. Don't you chicken curry about that. What year was the famous Battle of Hastings? Don't know what. Mitch would appreciate this. I'm going more Razor Ruddock by the minute. Maybe not United. Question is it? Don't ask me questions. It's a quiz question. You got to be bold. You got to stick it out there. Who are the 6 teams? Give me a list. A film quiz. Bloody good idea. Bloody good. Is anyone else watching The Bear, by the way? Moss, it sounds like you are. I'm absolutely, me and the fam are absolutely loving it. We're in the 2nd series, and it's by far the best thing I've seen. TV series I've seen. It's worth getting Disney Plus for. Film quiz. I don't think we've lost to United in the final. Well, we haven't. The Cocaine Bear. No, not that one. That's a film I've yet to see. No, the TV series The Bear, about the restaurant, the eponymously named restaurant series. Film would be great, wouldn't it? Let's do that. Oh, it's good. What is it good? It's about a Chicago eatery that's owned by a guy who kills himself, and he leaves it to his brother, who is a chef in the world's best restaurant, as if the world's best restaurant was ever in Chicago, by the way. And watch The Angels Share. I don't know that. Not even heard that. Unless it's like rhyming slang for the bear, in which case don't need it. I've already used the bear. Okay, I'm gonna just let's get some opinions on Arsenal though. Particularly Jose. You feeling better yet? Bear meat is not legal in Europe. I'm sure it probably is in Canada. You probably have bear jerky and bear pie. Angels Share. They tried making me pay. No, Scottish movie cracking. Oh goodness. I've never heard of it, but I will definitely give that a look. You're going to be well up on this film quiz question because I'm going to make it a Scottish film. We're still going nowhere, in my opinion. You've taken a turn, Jose. You used to be more cheerful than this. Have you started smoking budge or something? Because you've gone well moody. Are you just a non-Christmassy person? Prairie oysters, never had. Never had. Although... I know they're usually testicles, but I have heard people refer to the egg in a bloody, raw egg as prairie oysters. Obviously, I know they're not. Google it. Never had prairie oysters. Never tempted. Have to be pretty fucking hungry, to be honest. They're not oysters. Hungry, needs a Snickers and some Canadian legal. Never mind prairie oysters. So, and you're going to do a joke about balls in your mouth, Rosie. I can almost feel it. I have zero faith in the manager at this point. I know you do, but nothing tells me he's winning anything except the fact he just got us into the semi-final of the League Cup. Maybe we're in the last 4 of the League Cup. Maybe we're top 3 in Europe. Maybe the fact that we are, have been. We took the title to the last game of the season. Pickled bulbuls, yep. Gunners versus Palace. First half we were shite. Why change our back 4? I don't know. It is just mental. For me, it was like when you're trying to defend Mikel Arteta and you're saying, look, it's shown progress. This season's fallen off a little bit, etc., etc. And then when I saw the lineup, I couldn't believe it at first. I was like, you've got to be joking me. Like, you're gonna. Timber at centre back, okay, he can play at centre back. Jacob Kivior, Timber. Seeing Tierney on the team sheet, and I thought, all these times you could have played Tierney. Now it's like you're almost saying I don't give a shit about this. Rose, you can almost feel balls in your mouth. What do you do in your own time? What you do in your own time, Dan? Went dark, made Guna now. Went dark mode Guna now. Yeah, do you know what? It's like did you fall asleep listening to Lee Gunner in Northside London or something? Because like it's not that bad. We don't have it that bad. You can tell me that you can't feel us winning anything in your water, but you could be wrong, right? You know that. You know that you might be wrong. And what's the point in being sad? Are you trying to avoid the whole hope that kills you bullshit? I'll have nothing negative said about Jose. We love Jose. Chocolate salty balls, chef made, very good. You want to have a go, you need to go through me. You don't scare me. You don't scare me. I've had bigger fights than you. I'm lying. I'm joking. Please don't hurt me. Jesus bailed him out miraculously. That felt like Ten Hag in the sideline. But does it matter? Like, what if he did pick Jesus? He did play Jesus. Would you have played Jesus? Would you have hooked him at half time? This is what I'm saying. Like, Jose, you're going to be like this. You're going to say until he wins something, you're going to be negative. And then when he wins something, you're going to be like, oh, I'm glad I was wrong. And I'm going to be the opposite. I'm just going to be like, until he gets sacked, I'm going to be like, he can still do it. The reality is he's not going anywhere anyway. I was happy enough to see Tierney at left back, and I thought it was an interesting attack, certainly different. Hey, listen, I liked Tierney yesterday. It's really shit timing to find out on the same day that he has a really good game for us, that he's already definitely leaving. We win and lose together. Never one player decides it. Fair. Very fair indeed. Very sensible. Jesus has had one game in 40. Yeah, I know. And he had at the right time. So my question was, would you have hooked him? Would you have played him? No, in which case you can't have it both ways. You can't say that Jesus saved Arteta, but Arteta's the one who picked him. Kieran Tierney, Timber and Odegaard did really well coming on. His first through ball for Jesus, who I thought was a lovely first goal. I really felt for Sterling. I felt like he had his clown boots on for the rebound that he hit the crossbar with somehow when it's not going your way. And I thought, this is just it. It's not going to go our way. But the ball to find him from Tierney was what I said about Trossard coming on for Martinelli. I want to stop us going to the byline quite so much and get some balls in, but then you need players in there. Sterling is the kind of player who's in the right place at the right time, and if he gets his timing right and finishing, it's an asset. I stopped hyping myself up for the sake of it. This manager has taken that joy away from me. This manager hasn't done anything that bad, Jose. I understand you're gutted we didn't win the league twice, but we're there in the conversation. It's not as bad as the 10 years that preceded him. All right? It just isn't. So maybe you were this pissed off for the last 10 years, but listen, we're in the semi-final of the League Cup against Newcastle. We're favourites to go through. We're favourites, therefore, to make a final. We will be playing either Liverpool or Spurs in the final if we make it that far. And if we win it, what are you so pissed off about? He becomes only the second manager in Arsenal history to win the League Cup. And as I've already mentioned, we have lost 6 finals. And I think, if I'm not much mistaken, didn't you? I think you did call it actually. Between you, I think you've now the 6 finals that we've lost. Hang on. Oh, too many comments. Slow down, everyone. Miss Melina, are you still? Oh, you're here. Good. I don't know how you multitask. Georgina did. I didn't notice that. I'd have to scratch my head a little bit on that one. Love the Arsenal artwork. YouTube. What Arsenal artwork? What am I missing? YouTube.com Moss Sports World. Absolutely watched. I did the watch along. I split the watch along. I got dogs abuse for saying I wouldn't mind Eddie Nketiah scoring. Then he went and bloody scored just after I said it. And I have to be honest, I was kicking myself for saying it, but I don't believe in jinxes. Arteta needed to do something with our attack, and Jesus was almost always our furthest forward player, unlike Havertz, who was always in midfield, offering us no quick breakout. Yeah, listen, I get that, and I really like. It would be fantastic to think Jesus is going, because it was a transition in the game. He changed during the game. There was a point where he was receiving the ball back to goal, and then he twisted and had a shot on, which was brilliant. He took his goals really well. The first one was a peach. You have to have some confidence to dink it over the keeper like that. And the next 2 obviously rifled them into the left-hand netting. Great stuff, man. Who wants to be Jim Kelly in the Bills? Nobody. Nobody wants to be second or nobody wants to be third, but it's got nothing to do with where you support your football team. You're not a Newcastle fan. You're not a Spurs fan. We're not the best team in the world, although I always say we are because I'm a fan. But we're up there in a conversation, and I think that you have to give some respect to the guy who put us there, surely. Swindon, Leeds, Luton, Man City, Birmingham, Chelsea is absolutely right, Moss. That is exactly the 6 teams. You have named all 6 there. Yes, you have. They are the 6 teams that beat us in the final. Of course, we beat Liverpool in 87, George Graham's first full season. And it was a springboard. It was a fantastic game. I have almost the whole game on the channel. You can watch it anytime you want. FA and Chelsea Champions League incoming. Wouldn't that be nice? Where's the Red Eye Gunner? I don't know. He's not as regular as we wish he was. It's only 5 Moss. No, it's not. That's 6. He's named all 6, isn't he? I thought I counted 6. God, I'm stupid. If I have counted that wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So he's got 6 there. It's 6. It's 6. Yeah. You got to get there first. 6 Moss. He's been there for 3 years already. Where? Dan, you asked for 5. No, I said 6. There are 6 teams that have beaten us in the League Cup final, and it is Leeds, Swindon, Luton, Chelsea, Birmingham, Man City. I think that's the correct order. I hope it is. I'm pretty sure it is. It was good that there was no VAR. Our second goal wouldn't have counted. Absolutely. Don't miss VAR. Isn't it nice? Like, that was a real... Yes, the second goal wouldn't have counted. The third would, though. And would have been penalties. We'd have won penalties because we got Raya in goal. More than 3 and had to rebuild, and we right there. Ain't time to be a quitter. I think we need our fan base together, man. We really... Do you know what? Like, let's say it does make a difference. Being a supporter is about, let's come together. Let's enjoy this, Jose. There's no reason to be upset. There's no reason to be upset. He's had 3 years with his team. So what? Do you know what? I only watched the Spuds game when it was 3-2. I was watching the bet, so I didn't get to see it. But I can't wait to watch the highlights of it. So yeah, but we don't need VAR. But you know, Jose, I think what we're all saying here is, come on, man, enjoy the ride. This shouldn't be this sad. You know, I get it. In the seasons where we've getting drubbed by 8-2 by teams, the seasons where we're out of everything and then some, seasons where we never look like getting to a final, all of that, there are times to be sad. The last decade of Arsene Wenger and the Unai Emery period, you know, going away to Azerbaijan, 2 days on the roads just to get battered by Chelsea. Midfielders that don't want to play for us. We've had it worse. Now, I think you're sad because you don't think he's going to deliver us the league. We haven't won the league in 21 years. You can't blame all of that on Arteta. But I think the reality is, no one knows yet, do they? There is a very good chance that Mikel Arteta deserves full credit for the rebuild, for taking us from where we were, which is middle of nowhere, to challenging again. But maybe he isn't exactly the right guy to take us over the next line. I do think that whoever comes in, if you were to suddenly replace Arteta, is a big risk and might not be that guy either. And then you'd need to give it 2 or 3 years. And you could end up in a situation like Manchester United. 4 years ago, we were dreaming and praying to be where we are now. And now we're here with a Champions League and FA Cup. Amen. Amen. That's a fair point. You have to accept that. If Arteta had just 3 years with his team, we'd finished 5th, 2nd and 2nd in the Premier League. Better than anyone else bar Man City. I know. I don't really get why people are so upset, but I think it's a mood you get into. I think it's a point where you suddenly decide, and I'm not saying you're wrong, by the way, Jose, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, so feel free to disagree with me, but you get to a point and think, I don't think Arteta's going to win the league. But you don't know. And you do know that he's not getting sacked, so you might as well be positive. When we get to the semi-final of a League Cup, I'm really frustrated. Actually, no, I'm going to vent a little bit here because I get really frustrated when we get knocked out by West Ham last season and we don't quite get it. And people say, oh, he didn't care enough about it. And then when we make the semi-final, no one's like, oh, this is good. Yeah, I'm sorry. I've given him enough time, and I don't view him as the one to get us over the line. Yes, but I keep saying this. You don't know that. That's just your opinions, your feeling. You could be wrong. Admit it. I've reached the point where I don't believe in him anymore. Your point is different from. Yeah. Anyway, new gen, no patience. Miami Dolphins haven't won my whole lifetime. I ain't quitting. Yeah. Do you know what? Like I just think about Newcastle fans. I think about West Brom fans. I think about fans of most of the Premier League teams. It's only teams like Arsenal, Man City, Man United, Chelsea that have fans abroad that started watching. And, I get it. I've heard people saying it. I was lured into this club by Henry and Bergkamp. Yeah, you're definitely false pretenses because Arsenal is not, that's not typical. Thierry Henry and Bergkamp were one-offs. They were sensations. That's all. Like the stream, folks. Absolutely like the stream. Scotty Barnes back tonight, Moss Sports World. This ain't Yankees or Dodgers, in my opinion. It is your opinion. You're entitled to it. But I'm suggesting that your opinion is also that you're glad we're through to the semi-final. No? That you can concede that we have a very good chance of beating Newcastle over 2 legs. Therefore, we have a very good chance of making a final. Our ninth League Cup final. And as I think Moss is about to write, I was pre-George Graham and we sucked back then. Yes, we did. Oh, yes, we did. My first games, man, it was like, yeah, I've stated that he should be commended for the rebuild and he's wasting the window of our success. I don't think he's wasting it. Listen, we're not going out and we're not swapping him out now anyway. So just this is the season to deal with it, I'd say. Can we park the conversation about Arteta until a more logical time? Because there's no point in whinging about something. It's like being in the back of a car on a long car journey going, oh, this is taking ages. It's like, why is it taking so long? Blah, blah, blah. The Champions League table for me is the biggest false hype with third just barely. Oh, well, would you rather be 12th? I don't understand what you want anymore. Like, okay, so we're shit then. Why is it, of all the fans I watch, Arsenal fans are the ones that go in on Arsenal more than any other team going. West Ham fans don't go in on West Ham like we do about Arsenal. Chelsea fans don't give Chelsea the shit we do. We're doing better than we have done for most of my lifetime, and we're still going in on them. I've always supported the Gunners, but when I was married, I followed Carlisle as my ex was from. Oof, Carlisle's not a nice place, mate. Then I followed Cheltenham when they came into League One, bugger all with those lot. Yeah. My family, a Brighton family. 1980, is it 3 or 4? They went to the cup final, got a draw against Man United and got done 4-0 in the replay. Some fans never ever see the league. They never see second place. They never take the Premier League to the last day. Arteta deserves a shot. He built this and improved the squad immensely, and players want so badly to come to our club. So I say stick with it. Yeah, I'd say that. Listen, we're all on the same page. But Jose, I love you, man. You're allowed to think what you want. You're allowed. I just don't like seeing you sad. I don't like it that there are people who are sad the day after we make it to the semi-final. The day that we find out we've got Newcastle in a 2-legged semi-final to make it to the final, a Wembley final. When Erik ten Hag wins the League Cup, Man United fans will go, see, we told you he was brilliant. Arsenal fans, I think Arteta could win the League Cup and they'll still be like, he's squandering this golden opportunity. But the point is, and I think Moss is putting it really well, I think Zanzibarian's putting it well. If he's squandering an opportunity, Jose, it's an opportunity that he put together. He put it together. He's played the biggest part in getting us to where we are now. Jose wants Jose Mourinho. Sorry, I always get that wrong. No, he doesn't. You don't, do you, Jose? Like, you don't. Please tell me you don't want Jose Mourinho. What do you think Arteta could do to make you happy? Surely you'd be a bit happy if he beat Liverpool in the League Cup final, like George Graham did. I don't think it's out of the question. I still think we're going to win the league. Show me I'm wrong. Show me I'm wrong. Show me why you know I'm wrong. Right. I can help you here, Jose. Being a football supporter is about blind faith and loyalty. That is exactly what it is. It's not pragmatic. Otherwise, you'd swap teams all the time. Otherwise, you'd go, right, well, I've given my faith to West Bromwich Albion. They're not going to win the league. Therefore, I can't give them blind faith. I can't support them. I can't cheer them on. I have to be angry with them. And I'm now going to go I was going to support Manchester City, but I don't think they deserve my faith at the moment. At the moment, The likeliest winners of the Premier League are Liverpool. Go and give them your blind faith. See where that gets you. Arteta would share his Vino Tinto with you, Jose. I'm an Arsenal supporter, not an Arteta loyalist. What does that mean? He's our manager. That doesn't mean anything. You can't. That doesn't mean it. That doesn't mean anything. Like, I supported George Graham. I supported Bruce Rioch. I supported Terry Neal. Don Howe. Just because I don't rate the manager doesn't mean I'm against the club. No, but you're not celebrating our successes either. You're not happy when we get to the semi-final because you're entrenched. Your position is entrenched, and you just don't. You think we got lucky, and I think this is a game of football. Is a game of blind faith. 20 teams start the Premier League, all hoping to win it. That's blind faith. Blind faith. Such as I see the same as you. I support them all. Listen, when I started supporting Arsenal, I don't think it had anything to do with winning stuff, honestly. But what is your opinion? What is our opinion? Your opinion is that Arteta won't win, and our opinion is that it doesn't matter. You still have to support him. So who's to say you're right? Or I can't be wrong, can I? Because I'm not saying I think that Arteta will win the league. I'm saying that he is our manager, and when we win a semi-final, I'm celebrating it. And I'm not going to go in on the team or the manager just because he's not won the league in his first 5 years. We knew this as well, by the way. We went out and got a manager that had never managed a football club before. He's going to take a little while to get used to. Jose, I think the saddest thing is when you paint yourself into a corner to be miserable about stuff, and then even when we win, if we win the league, you'll be like, well, there's no less than we should expect. And then you start saying things like elite level sports is all about winning and trophies. But anyway, I think we've talked this to death. You're not going to come around to my way of thinking. I'm obviously not coming around to your way of thinking. But I am happy we're through to the semi-finals. I do think that. I think that anyone... but listen, do you know what? He's made rookie mistakes. That's not bad rookie mistakes if he's finishing second behind Manchester City. He beat Klopp. So what? Like everyone else is making bigger rookie mistakes. The rookie mistakes he's making are signing like Ben White or, going out there and winning the FA Cup. That was all rookie mistakes. Of course he's making mistakes. I think everyone's making mistakes. Pep Guardiola's making mistakes now. He's our guy. He brings the players, trains them, picks them, encourages them, works with them. He's the Arsenal at the moment, and owners ain't changing, so I back him. I feel the same way. Who's to say I'm miserable because I've lost faith in the man? Who's to say I'm miserable because I've lost faith in the manager? Are you? I don't know if you are miserable. You don't seem like a miserable person to me, but it does seem like whenever we start talking about Arsenal, you're quite negative about it. And I don't think this is a time for it. I think we could probably all celebrate the fact we're in the semi-finals, potentially in the final. If you looked at the last 4 league seasons against Newcastle and you took the home and away games, we would be in the final every single time. Name one manager that doesn't make a mistake. Come on, I've got one. Me in Football Manager. Never made a mistake yet because I can just and rewind. I'm miserable because I refuse to back Arteta. Nay, listen, I'm not sure you are miserable. Are you miserable? I'm not, but you're saying I am because myself. No, not saying you're miserable. Definitely not saying you're miserable. I don't think of you as a miserable person. I have all the time in the world for you, and I'm sad that you've already given up hope on the Premier League. Not secretly, I've come out and said it. I think you're wrong. I think we will challenge all the way to the end of the season, and I think we could win it this year. I think Liverpool will have a little mini stumble. They haven't played the games we have. They haven't had their run of bad luck yet. I think you saw that against Fulham. They had their sending off. They dropped 2 points. I think they would have dropped 2 points against Everton. I think that's going to be a hypercharged event. And especially now that it's around League Cup semi-finals, it might not go the way that they want it to. I think you need a quality blunt, I'm saying. I think we can let's all just start from scratch. Let's just assume that Arteta took over the club yesterday and that was his first game. We beat Crystal Palace with a second string side. Sterling played, which I was surprised at. Kieran Tierney played quite well. You don't smoke an ounce every 4 days, do you? Nah. Mate, in which case, I'm not taking your opinion seriously at all, but I would love you to invite me round. That's fucking deep. That's deep, bruv. No, you don't smoke an ounce every 4 days. Shush now. Then cheer up, mofo. Hey, I think we can all cheer up. We're in a semi-final against Newcastle. All right, we're in a semi-final against Newcastle. Tell me, all right, Jose, you're going to say like you don't think we're going to win that? You don't think we're winning against Newcastle? You don't think we're going to be in a final against Liverpool? Because there's no fucking way Spurs beat Liverpool over 2 legs, is there? How funny though, because they've got to play them this weekend, isn't it? Isn't it this weekend that they play them? I'll have a look at the fixtures. In terms of making mistakes, I saw. Let's find points where we can all agree, right? We can all agree that Arteta makes mistakes. I think we have all agreed on that. And in saying that he makes mistakes, we've also agreed that everyone does. It's just that's how football, that's how life is. Life, you have to be able to fail in order to learn. Yes, in fact, at Spurs go-karting arena this Sunday at 4:30. I think I'll do a watch along. Well, I'll be watching it. I'll be live and watching it in case someone else isn't. FA Cup. Do you know what? I'm not even going there with the FA Cup. Sorry, man. Like, it's Man United in the 3rd round. That's not a tie I wanted, particularly with Arteta in playful, experimental mode, right? I don't know. I've seen some of your shoes. No, you've not made a mistake so far in any of the things I watched you cook. It's a lot of very girly stuff, though. I loved it when you do samosa, things like that. That's much better, man. In the stream yesterday, you were talking about the how to make the pancakes. I have made the wrappers, and there's 2 different ways. You can make it like a batter, which does have flour in it, or you can do corn flour ones, really thin ones. So it's a corn flour paste, and you just in a non-stick pan or very hot wok with a hot burner, which no one has domestically. Crepes, keep your language to yourself, Timothy. We're 6 points behind Liverpool. It's misleading that, though, Zanzibar Barbarian. We're 6 points behind. They have a game in hand as well. 66 points to play for, so we can still win the league. It's not going to be easy, but I don't think any Arsenal fan would say it's easy. No, I think we're going to win the league. I've said that. I'm happy to come out and say it. What I've done, in fairness, I don't know if anyone else has done this, but let me know if you have, is I've actually gone through the games we have to play. So obviously we have Palace away, Ipswich at home, all the way down the league. There is a good run of games when we have Chelsea at home, which I think we can win, Fulham at home, which I think we can win, Everton away, which I think we can win, Brentford at home, which I think we can win, Ipswich away, which I think we can win, Palace at home, Bournemouth at home, and then all the way up to the 10th of May. So that run of games from the 15th of March to the 10th of May, when we go away to Liverpool, I give us all the points in that. I could be wrong. That's hugely optimistic. But on that day that we go away to Liverpool on the 10th of May, I think we'll be level with them on points. And then it's just a run-in. And then it's us to play Newcastle home and Southampton away, them to play Bournemouth at home, them to play Brighton away and Palace at home. I think we can win it. I think we finish on 86 points and I think Liverpool finish on 84 points. That's my prediction. Stick a pin in that one. I'm never wrong. To be fair, I haven't been wrong the last 2 years. I said Man City would win it. How did it go? Did it go okay? Do you have a proper non-stick pan? That's what you need for these things. Lefse, a Norwegian Christmas treat, or krumkake? You've lost me. Krumkake, my mother made a whole bunch. I don't know what krumkake are, but I bet that'd be nice. Xmas time of year. Brilliant. Lefse, Norwegian flatbread. Okay, I would eat that. I love flatbread. Jose, listen, I think I agree with you wholeheartedly here. But the reality is we're not signing anyone in January. We're just not. Like, talk, or you can talk. There's maybe an outside chance we'll sign Rafinha. If it's the hope that kills you, then avoid false hope. January is not going to be our window. We are not signing. We're not signing Gyökeres. We're not signing Isak. I'm not even sure who you could sign. And I've been doing research. Let's make this the pub quiz question, because it was a question the other day and no one got it right. Because someone, I can't remember who it was now, going to be pissed off with me, but I can never remember who says what. The signing in January that wins the league. And I think someone, was it Zanzibar Barbarian? Was it you? I'm guessing. Forgive me if it wasn't. Oh, you meant January fixtures. Okay, well, I don't think it's that bad, actually. I think we've had our worst run of fixtures. I think Newcastle, Chelsea, Inter, I think that run was terrible. But I'm looking at January now, and I don't think it's as bad at all. So we've got in January, we go Brentford away on the 1st, which I think is winnable. Brighton away, which I've given us a point for. Spurs at home, Villa at home. I think we win both those. Wolves away, I think we win. And then Man City at home is the 1st of February. So you're really talking about Brentford, Brighton, Spurs, Villa, Wolves, and it's 3 home games, 2 away games. The 2 away games are Brighton and Wolves. And like I said, I've given us a point against Brighton. That doesn't feel that bad to me. I'm happy to come back on here if you were right. Krumkake Norwegian waffle. It's just such an awful sounding thing, isn't it? Krumkake. I heard they will sign Sylvain Wiltord. Crumb cake. Just made it. Miss Melina. Are you still streaming, Miss Melina? I can't believe you're this good at doing 2 things. Let me know if you want to jump on. I could definitely do with some company because they're all picking on me today. Moss is saying his mum makes it. Well, anything mums make is best. I remember, my mum's a brilliant cook. No, not me. I'm taking the 5th, saying nothing. Okay, good. After Everton and Fulham results, I'm not confident. No, but that's life, isn't it? That, of course, it goes like this. It goes up and down. That's why there is a certain element. It has to be blind faith. I think we beat Palace away on Saturday, but I'm not confident. I'm never confident. I certainly wasn't confident in yesterday's game. I just wasn't. I saw the lineup and I thought, he's doing this to wind me up now. I'm defending Arteta, and I've always defended Arteta from the same position, by the way. I've always said that, look, he's young. It's his first job. I'd rather he wasn't. I'd rather he won the Champions League with Real Madrid before coming to Arsenal. Didn't work out that way. That said, we went for Unai Emery because of his experience in winning trophies in the league, in the Europa League, and he got us battered by Chelsea, so that didn't work. And in the end, no one wanted to go and watch us play with him as manager. At least with Arteta, it's that. Yesterday's lineup had nothing about it that I was confident about. I thought he was taking a piss. You put Jacob Kivior, Timber, just everything about it from the midfield of going Jorginho, Mourinho, and Nwaneri. Since when? This was a Crystal Palace side that have started to regain some of the form. I know they're not in a good league position, but they're not there because of merit. They are better than they appear. I'm not the I told you type of person. No, I know you're not. I know you're not, man. I know you. And I know you want us to win in the end. We all do. I don't expect to be confident in any match going at the moment. Brentford away on the 1st of January, that's a possible banana skin. They're all possible banana skins. But I'm not as confident that Liverpool will win their games either. So, Liverpool could lose this weekend. Let's say we win and they lose. Tottenham can do this to anyone, by the way. Tottenham can win. I mean, they're not good, but they can win. I definitely am. I want to be in the... Listen, I think it's because of our age. I think I'm just older, right? So you get to a point and you just go, I'm doing blind faith because I don't know how long I've got left, but I'm not going to be upset by football. I enjoy it. I love it. It's my tribe. It's you guys. I love us. I love Rangers fans as well now. Rosie, I never thought I'd say that. You've turned me into somebody who likes Rangers fans. Well, one. Every time investments went down and my clients bailed, Jose, they would lose, I lose, everyone loses, you stay the course. Well said, man. Well said. Let's nail our colours to the mast. Melina is coming over here and she was going to ask for a link. Yep, the link's there. I'll post it again. Always happy when Miss Melina comes on. You know that. She's seen it. Oh, good. Tell you what, you made of when you're down and bad results. Yeah, and these aren't that bad. These are not that bad. These results are not that bad. Hey, please join me in welcoming. I don't know how she does it. By the way, please stand up. Please stand up for Miss Melina.
Hi, Tim. I was waiting for you to post the link. I wasn't sure if you're going to put the link or not. Sometimes you're fed up of us, maybe.
Never. I've put it 3 times and nothing ever makes me happier, I promise you. So yeah,
Rosie just told me that you put the link finally. So
I did I've done it. If you scroll up, it's there 3 times. I promise you. Abdullah's new to the channel, and he's just asked a brilliant question. I know the answer to this. This is our latest quiz question: Gyökeres or Isak? Reality is we're getting neither of them. Isak, me too. We're gonna have to find things to disagree about, otherwise it's gonna get boring.
We haven't disagreed about anything just yet.
No, and I want to kind of get into. I will never be insufferable to wish us to lose a match just in spite of man. I know you're not, Isaiah. You don't have to say that, man. We know you. We've got nothing but love for you, and the fact that you are convinced we're not going to win the league, I think, is kind of the logical position, given that we are points behind. However, I've looked through the entire fixture list. I've allocated the games I think we'll win. Not that I'm saying we'll win all of them, but I don't think Liverpool will win all of them. And I have us 2 points clear of Liverpool by the end of the season. That's all it is. Queen of Arsenal. And then Zanti Barbarian. The only time I've ever cried while watching Arsenal was in the FA Cup final, Liverpool in 1971. I was 10 and we went 1-0 down in extra time. I cried, but my grand said Arsenal would still win. That iconic moment everyone knows of Charlie George just lying down because he can't move anymore after scoring the winner, right? There's a more iconic moment for me.
People still believed after we were 1-0 down that we would come back.
Well, I tell you what, my version of that is 1987 in the League Cup final against Liverpool, because Ian Rush scored. And the reality is Liverpool had never lost a game where Ian Rush scored first. So we're going to say goodbye to Saskia Guna. Moss is off.
He's going to do an NHL hockey stream later today, I think.
Yeah, and I've got to get on one of those. Now that I'm not, tomorrow's my last day of work before 2 weeks.
Forget tomorrow, because I just got an email Dad saying I'm off tomorrow. So I'm so happy. I'm like, let's go live, everybody.
Brilliant.
This week has been really bad.
I'm so looking forward to it. I mean, it's been quiet at work because I'm the last manager standing. So it's like everybody else is. So
everybody else is off. Now it's time to hang up your boots for next week.
That's me, and I'm not back till I've got 1 day of off. We're moving office. I've got to help some boxes and stuff, and then so it's gonna be brilliant. Lots of football lives, lots of just brilliant.
So, does your family all Brighton fans, right? Seagulls.
Well, yeah, I married a Brighton family, but my side of the family, so my brother, my sister, my mum were all Gooners. My uncle, my granddad moved down from Glasgow, and he became an Arsenal fan. So
no Rangers here, Rosie.
No Rangers, but he moved because he didn't like all the sectarianism. He wasn't. He was. He signed up for the Second World War early because he didn't want to wear a kilt. He was a Republican. He didn't believe in a royal family. Lots of very socialist, very sort of ingrained family views that have come down through him. But sadly, he was hit by a train. He worked on the railways when I was 4 years old. So I've got photographs of me, and I don't remember him, but an incredibly important part of the family. Made us all Gooners, and I'm chuffed about it. It could have been QPR, to be fair. Like, we're from a part of, North London is kind of, it's
close.
Rory Jennings is from Kilburn, and Kilburn is the kind of bisects it, and Kilburn's a very Irish area. My grandmother was Irish, so she was always in Kilburn, so I could have been a QPR fan, but my granddad was taken with the Arsenal, so we all became Arsenal.
Yeah, it's like my grandpa and my dad, all Gooners, but my mom and my sister are United fans. Thank God I didn't choose the red side.
No, but no. I mean, what do you think of that game today, though?
Guys, that United keeper, I mean, in the second half, the Tottenham keeper made mistakes too, and United get some goals back, but it was too late of a
I can believe it.
Too late for United to come back, I think.
I was watching, because I was saying earlier, the family, we're really into the series The Bear, and so we watch it together.
Is it good?
It's awesome. It's the best TV I've seen in years. It's amazing. So we watch it as a family, which means I can't binge watch it when everyone's asleep or anything. And tonight we're all together, so we're going to watch that. And I was like, well, I watched the football last couple of nights, so I'll watch it. So I didn't see the Tottenham game until it was 3-2. Then I was like, I had it on my phone. So I was like, could this happen? And then I thought what really pissed me off was Dalot. On the left, he kept giving the ball away when there were opportunities to get it in there, and I thought.
And Son scored a great goal too.
From the corner.
Yeah, from the corner.
And I thought it looked absolutely spot on. And people have been saying that it was a foul on the keeper, Bergvall. I don't think it. But I just want to get your grandpa sounds like he has the same politics as me. I imagine that all Glaswegians are funny, straightforward, Republican, no shit taking, whether you're Rangers or Glasgow Celtic. I think the reason he moved was because you're so defined by things that didn't matter to him. He wasn't particularly religious. Look at this. Anthony's here. Anthony, how are you feeling after? We're in the semis against Newcastle. Yeah.
Yes, I did my happy dance. Dan, do you know, by the way, for the semi-final first leg, Bruno Guimaraes and Fabian Schär are suspended. They can't play against
I'm sorry to hear that. I don't fear anyone in that shit show of a team.
It's good. But you know what? Dan, we need to take advantage of the home leg, finish this team off in the home leg, because we're away to Newcastle in the second leg.
So, but then that's what I was saying. If you looked at the last, I think 4 seasons,
we beat them 4-1 before.
Yeah, well, look at last season. We'd beaten them in half time. It was over. We struggle at St James's Park.
Like, Dan, they put the away fans in the bloody nosebleeds. Like,
yeah, it is
bleachers, and there's no lift half the time.
It is absolutely awful up there.
Yeah.
Especially if you get a little bit of, if you don't like heights, it's not great. But what's this Anthony's here? You dodged a bullet there, Dan, but you're supporting the Gunners because your granddad is like me and my granddad. Absolutely. You know what? That's a great thing about a sport that's been around this long, you know, like that you can go down the family. I'm good, Rosie. I think we fare better against Liverpool or Tottenham rather than Newcastle. I doubt that. I really doubt that. I don't want to go to Anfield having to win the game.
Yeah. And Tottenham are away to Anfield having to win or something, you know. So
I don't see how anyone thinks Tottenham beat Liverpool. I think we're looking at a reprisal of the 1987 League Cup final.
Yeah,
and it's gonna be massive.
Hey, you gonna go to that, Dan? Hopefully, I'll try to help with tickets if you want to go.
Yeah, I'd love to. Well, of course, any opportunity, you know, like anything I can do. It's been a couple of years of, you know, slugging it out and toughing it out.
I remember.
The light at the end of the tunnel is brighter than ever now, and I'm really excited about this year to come because there's lots more hope. Blue brings out the brown in her eyes. I think that's it. You're red all the way. 11 likes is awesome, by the way. Thank you, guys. There's only 10 people here. That's good. Someone's dropped a like and left.
Keep liking the stream, everybody, and subscribe. We had a new sub today for Dan's channel.
I know, I saw that. I couldn't believe it. You know, when you get a sub and you think, what have they watched? Where have they come from?
I like your pre-recorded videos. They're really good. You put a lot of work into editing them and making them. It's good, just as good as the lives.
Do you know what? I would. You're so kind, and I'm looking forward to Christmas because I get to do more of the. There's so many videos I want to do, like, you know. Mitch is here.
Hi, Mitch.
The what would have happened if we hadn't left Highbury?
That would be a good one.
Yeah, I think that's because I had my brother said something. I think it was on a live actually. He said we'd be like Everton, and it was like I had this whole script written, and I'd never thought of it from that perspective. And I was like, right, rip it up, start again.
Yeah,
it's a really good point. You know, we would. But one of the main things that stands out to me, which is one of the first things I thought about, was. Obviously, we would have kept some players that we had to sell. We wouldn't have had the financial struggles. All of that is true. Who knows what Arsene Wenger could have done without having to be a selling club? That's true.
Yeah.
But for me, the first thing that stands out is, as somebody who used to go to Highbury Lot, I know we discussed this last time, the fact that there are an extra 25,000 seats for every game. Luca talks ball. This manager.
Big up, man.
Finish the League Cup draw reaction review on my channel.
I was trying to watch you two and host the show. I was like, I don't know how this works.
I was hosting it. I was like, I'm waiting for Dad to drop the link. Rosie
I just like good to see you, Luca. How do you feel about? Listen, let me guess. You kind of feel like Jesus saved Arteta's bacon yesterday, don't you?
Well, yeah, but the trouble is, I think a lot of people still need to not get too carried away because he scored a hat trick, right? Look, I think yesterday he had a good performance, but he should fully start on the weekend against Crystal Palace away because he deserves to start after scoring a hat trick. But I still think we need a striker.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think anyone disagree with that.
But I don't think we'll get one till summer when there's like the better market for one.
Yeah, and I don't know. Listen, Abdullah, good night, by the way. He's just said good night. Lovely to have you here. Hope to see you again soon. You dropped a really good question, Gyökeres or Isak. For me, it's Isak. Miss Melina, you said it was Isak for you. What about you, Luca? Where do you stand on that?
Look, for me, I don't mind which one, but if I had to pick one, it would be Gyökeres.
Okay. I think they're close enough that I wouldn't be upset with either.
Neither
but I know we're not getting either. And looking at the January transfers, I honestly think we're going to be disappointed.
I think we're not getting anyone in January.
I think for me, we're going to end up getting Rashford. And for me, Rashford is not the answer.
Oh, no, not Rashford.
Rashford, this fan base.
Don't do that to me, man. Don't do that to me. I'm too old to hear shit like that. If I keel over and die here, do you know it's your fault for saying Trashford? We're not signing Trashford.
This fan base will get overhyped up and thinking Rashford's going to do all right.
Marcus Rashford. I think he's at the end of his career.
So do I.
Marcus.
I was surprised how old he is, actually. I thought he was younger.
Yeah.
No, I don't want any part of it. I did a video, funnily enough, I did a short 2 years ago when people were comparing Martinelli and Rashford, and I was like, piss off.
Oh, no. And that was Martinelli in his, prime.
Yeah, that was a good season for Martinelli.
Yeah, his best season.
I hope we haven't seen the last good season from Martinelli.
Oh, me too. I'm still believing in him. I really hope he's not giving up.
No, listen. Hey, Jordan's here. Great to see you, Jordan. We do not want Trashford.
Yeah, we don't want Trashford at this team.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's good for the dressing room either. And Arteta's someone who really values the dressing room we have now.
I think Arteta can deal with players in the dressing room. That's my question.
Maybe not. You know what? Like the one thing where I will say I would worry is Arteta's a young manager, and when you start off managing, like for me, my journey in managing was I don't think that unusual. You think that you're going to get the station and everyone's got to do what you tell them to, and then you come in and you act like you're a big shot and you tell everyone what to do, and they go fuck off, and then you're like, well, now what do I do? And then you don't realize that you've got to play a game. You've got to kind of get people to believe in what you believe in. They've got to trust you. They've got to see it the way you see it. Some days they'll fall out with you. Some days you'll fall out with them. You learn all these things. I think he's learning that. But definitely, Luca, I think from when he came into that dressing room, there was that little cabal of Ozil and all the German players he fell out with.
He had too.
Aubameyang, he lost players. And I think part of it was they were looking at him going, what have you ever done? You didn't make the Spanish national team. You're not an international. Don't tell me how to. I'm a World Cup winner. I think he had that to deal with. I don't think he's ever recruited or that he's ever had a player recruited for him who has that next level ego that I think we're missing. I think we're missing a Cantona. We're missing a Bergkamp. We're missing an Henry. We're missing someone who comes in and goes, I'm brilliant. Shut up. And
what about Odegaard?
I think he's like everybody, the son everybody wants.
Yeah.
I think Arteta gets on well with Odegaard because he tells him what to do and Odegaard goes, okay, then I'll do that. Whereas I think what Luca's talking about, what I'm talking about definitely is
like a leader.
We want someone who is just arrogant. We want someone who knows what they're about and will take the ball and run at goal and try and score. We need a striker. I don't think Isak I don't know about Gyökeres enough. Maybe he is that. That's what I'm looking for in the transfer window.
Do you think people are going to say, right, that Gyökeres could turn out to be Darwin Núñez in the Premier League? And then we end up putting our ideas in the basket and go for an Isak. The reason why I said Gyökeres, because Isak, for me, he's Premier League proven, but he gets injuries. Because what's
wrong with this Darwin? See, a lot of people, this Darwin Núñez thing, we were just talking about it. And Dan, what I guess being a neutral, what do you think of that signing Liverpool made of Darwin Núñez? And I don't think he's.
I think it's hurt them. I think Darwin Núñez hurts Liverpool. I think that he's a bit like in the same way that Kai Havertz needs 6 shots to get a goal. And I think Darwin Núñez has the worst goals to shot ratio of any Premier League striker, and you can't afford that in the tight games, and it will come back and bite him in the arse. I think that when you look at Gyökeres, I don't think he's ever going to be a player like Núñez in that sense, but there is that factor of him not being proven. I think with Isak, your point about his injuries, he still scored 21 goals in 30 games. So, yeah, he's not... I don't know. Like, we've gone out there and bought players who never had an injury problem, and then they suddenly become injury prone. Maybe it'll work the other way around.
What do you think about Darwin Núñez outside of Liverpool? Do you think it would still be the same issue?
Yeah, I think he's...
But it's not a club-related issue. It's a player.
Núñez is not all that. I really don't think he's not all that. I
think he's kind of proven not to be, yeah. So we've got some comments. Let's go through it. Hopefully, Jordan, hopefully see it at Wembley, mate. Trashford's not good for being on the pitch, let alone in the changing room, especially if he's on 300 grand a week. 100% agree with that. Don't think there's any disagreement. Sale Martinelli's had a poor 18 months. Sorry. I hate the lack of loyalty. Gonna say it straight. Do you know what I mean? Like, I really don't get. If you look at the stats, he's better than last season. He needs competition on that left side, and I thought it was great to see Tierney out there because it showed you what a player can do when he gets the ball into the area early. I thought Sterling running onto that, if that had been a goal, it would have been one of the what. Kieran Tierney, the same. I mean, some of our PR is.
It feels like Sterling was born offside or something. He's just so unlucky to not score.
That rebound when he hit it at the keeper, which is what we're all doing at the moment, and it comes back, and he somehow hits the crossbar. That's a crossbar challenge. You could try that 100 times and never do it. It's just craziness. I know I'm alone in my thinking, but I think highly of Rashford, and think he'll turn things around at a new club under new management and the team. Maybe. I just don't think it's Arsenal. I don't think he comes to Arsenal. We don't want him. I'm happy to be wrong. I'm not going to be wrong. No, none of us are wrong. So this manager doesn't want one player to be above another, a killer, someone with arrogance. Arteta isn't bringing an ego. I agree with you. Jose, I agree with you. I think if you study... I'm actually working on a long-form project, which is it's about choosing how to be a manager, right? So the way I define it is that you have the two schools. You have the Johan Cruyff school of football, which is where it's all about moments of inspiration, flair, keeping the ball, keeping possession, killing the opposition. There's a classic moment where Johan Cruyff wants his keeper to come out and get balls and be that sweeper keeper. And one of the team says, well, what if he doesn't get there and the opposition get the ball? He goes, well, then the opposition will score. It doesn't matter. We'll score more than them. That's Johan Cruyff. He's all about flair and magic moments. Then you have Van Gaal, who is the Dutch always talk about him as being a German manager, and he believes there are no stars in football. So when he takes over at Barcelona, he dismantles the star mentality. And what we see in Arteta is a disciple of Van Gaal. He doesn't have flair play. He has Saka working like George Graham had David Rocastle working. Maybe that will change. Maybe Arteta will do what Alex Ferguson did, because where I think we are at the moment is we're like Man United pre-Cantona. We are good, but we're not winning because we don't have game-changing players. We do have Saka. I'm not saying Odegaard and Saka aren't game-changing players, but they
relying on Saka every game isn't
every game
the answer. Yeah,
and we're relying on him.
The ground. I mean, Dan, sorry to interrupt, last season and the season before that, yeah, we had Reece Nelson, but he hardly got a game. And he's the drop-off in quality between Saka and Nelson. And Nelson is a player I want to develop. And yes, he's at loan and Fulham, unfortunately injured currently, but I want to see him develop into the player we thought he would be. But running Saka to the ground 2 seasons in a row isn't the answer.
No, great. And it's more than that. It's more like the thing that makes Saka such a remarkable player, and when people compare him to, when idiots compare him to Foden, you just think, do you see what Saka does off the ball? Like, he tackles. What the hell are you talking about? Like, if we went and got Mo Salah doesn't tackle like Saka does. Mo Salah's free to go on goal because he doesn't do what Saka does for a play is unbelievable. It reminds me of Rocky Rocastle. Yeah. I honestly think that Saka might be the footballing reincarnation of Rocky Rocastle. He was born 6 months after Rocky died. Yeah. And the two of them are gentlemen, loved by everybody, but they're scrappers, they're fighters, they tackle,
They
they're
give
hard,
everything for the team.
give everything for the badge.
Yeah.
They play with loyalty and enthusiasm. I mean, they're just beautiful human beings as far as I'm concerned. But we over rely on Saka deeply.
100%.
We really do. And
some games where if it's not through Saka, we're not scoring at all.
At all. And so when we went and signed Sterling, I thought, this is good because you will trust Sterling because he's worked with him, but he hasn't done. But the reality is we just need a game-changing player. And we're certainly not signing him in January. It's not obvious who these players are, by the way. I think Rafinha is a good shout.
Oh, he would be such a lethal. I think he's a firework explosive player. Like he's a lethal player who we could rely on the bench or off the bench, coming off the bench to score, like an impact game-changing player, like a Trossard. I think he would be great.
I think, and he's playing at Brazil now. He's find his form in that central position. He can play anywhere across the front, but he is gonna run at goal. He is gonna have flair, and he is gonna do what he bloody wants.
Do you think he would want to leave Barca to come back to the Prem?
I think it's happening because Barca need to move him on. I don't think
they have financial issues.
They really do, and and this is so. I think it's possible. Whether it's possible in January when we really need him, I don't know.
That would be it. If we just signed Dan Rafinha in January, that's an 8 out of 10 window for me.
I still think we need a striker,
player, but a striker in January. Who are we gonna get? Who's available? Who's a good striker that's available in January?
There isn't
available, right? Right, you ain't getting no Isak.
Here's a shout, Dani Olmo. Would you take Dani Olmo?
Yeah, of course I would.
Dani Olmo came up in the last one. I would bite your hand off for Dani Olmo.
Yeah, so they're saying there's a chance. Well, there's rumors that he's made a decision saying he wants to leave Barcelona. Yeah. I don't know what's going to happen with his. I think Barcelona are trying to go to court or something, struggling to register him. So it seems like they're going to have to get rid of him.
The story is that it's wages that is killing them.
Since COVID. That's
Say again?
Barca had problems with financials during COVID.
Yeah,
we did. But there are no whispers from people I trust in terms of financial experts, and I'm not one of them. But there is no suggestion that we are in danger of crossing the PSR line. But I think for the right player, we would go out and spend money. But I think it would be a shame to go and spend 115 million on Alexander Isak. Dani Olmo would be great. You've got a club that has to sell.
Why can Arsenal not go out and go and spend?
That's what you call a market opportunity.
You did it with Virgil van Dijk. Yeah, why can't Arsenal not go and spend big in January?
No, they can. They can, but there is a sound reason why they shouldn't. When Virgil van Dijk signed for Liverpool, it wasn't like he helped them win the league that season. It's still a project purchase. It still took a couple of years to bed him in. One of the things I was looking at yesterday while I was at work, is I was looking at the biggest signings in January that have won a league, and there just aren't that many. Normally, you go out and buy. When Liverpool wanted to sign Virgil van Dijk in summer and they couldn't get him, so they waited till January. They were always going to sign him. I don't feel like there's a player out there that's like that for us. That we would probably just be better off waiting until something.
Ambitious though. That's the thing. That's why
I don't know. I can't understand. Well, you're gonna have to clue me in here, Luca. Because on the one hand, I'm sick of people saying how much money Arteta spent and wasted, and on the other hand, saying we're not ambitious. Which is it?
Well, we're not ambitious because
so he hasn't spent much money, so he must be doing a great job then.
Well, he's not ambitious because the trouble is, the Cronkies are backed Mikel Arteta for 2 consecutive seasons, but this summer transfer window was rubbish.
Luca, you're not answering the question. I can't understand which is it. Has he wasted a lot of money, in which case we've been ambitious and wrong, or has he not wasted a lot of money and he hasn't been ambitious? You can't have it both ways. I don't think
a lot of money because we haven't won anything yet.
Okay, but that's what Virgil van Dijk cost a lot of money, and they didn't win anything immediately with him either.
Yeah,
sometimes you have to put players in.
It took a while for Liverpool to win a league.
Yeah,
a long time.
But they
only won one.
Yeah, and COVID season.
They made money for Eddie Nketiah and Smith Rowe, 65 million.
Yeah, I think we have the money, but you have to identify the player, and there is no player out there. Well, my point is more complicated than I think you're giving it credit for. I'm saying that if we went out and spent 115 million on Isak now instead of 90 million in summer, it wouldn't make £25 million worth of difference because he wouldn't come in and win us the league.
Newcastle might want more than 90 million. They might want.
They might not have a choice in summer. They're really close to PSR, so I don't know. But I'm saying is that January is a shit time to buy players, and if you look at the history of the Premier League, find me a player that's come in January and won the league for their club.
There is
it's
very
surprising to say
available out there because if we don't buy anyone in January, we will not win the league this season.
That's your opinion. I disagree. We're allowed to disagree.
I disagree as well. And I was just gonna say, Dan, we used to be a club back in the day where we would friggin' panic buy
Kim Källström.
Crap players.
Well, we still panic buy right now. We bought Sterling on panic buy.
Well, this Sterling wasn't a buy; it was a loan.
He's on loan.
And
he's panic loan something. Don't be silly.
Panic buy.
It's not panic buying.
It's not a buy.
Come on. Trap by your own comment there. It's a panic loan. Give it back.
No, because we wasted throughout the whole window.
No. We're giving him back though. He's going back.
Yeah, he's going back.
Might be going back in January, truthfully. So it's panic loaned for 3 months with Chelsea paying his wages. I can live with that.
He can go back in January. I'm pretty sure he can.
He can
if he wants to.
Yeah, if he wants.
I don't think he will. Let me go through some of these comments because I feel bad when we don't.
Yeah, the chat's been going really far.
I know they're doing brilliantly down here. Rashford is a no. Anthony, you're absolutely right. See it Wembley. Oh, I think I've gone too far back. Trashford's not good. I know I'm alone in thinking. Yes, I have gone too far back. Hang on, let me catch up. I like peak Rashford. If he focused and coached well, he would be amazing signing. Problem is his attitude. Mikel will know what he's like behind the scenes, so he'll know. I think he'll be okay. There's no way we're getting Rashford. Mitch, to begin with, I thought you were the Mitchy boy that goes into Miss Molina's streams. I wish I hadn't read that.
Mitchy boy.
You was asking something, the Zanzibar Barbarian, blah, 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 blah. I'm away to the kitchen. Make us a sandwich. Dan, you missed my Newcastle League Cup games comment. All right. Do I have to go all the way back? Can you just write it again? Don't make me scroll. Right. So that's my woman. Get married in white so it matches the kitchen appliances. Oh, fantastic. I can't believe I did that out as well. This managing style is killing creativity and individual brilliance. I agree with that. But some managers eschew individual brilliance in favor of the team collective. I think Arteta is one of those. I think he needs to grow out of it. I think I want him to be a little bit more like Pep and Alex Ferguson, who believe in the team but have a superstar in there. We don't have a superstar that gets to be a superstar. We have Odegaard, who has to play his role well within the defined limits. Saka has to play his role within defined limits. And I think it's time we took the handbrake off and just said to one of these players, you do what the hell you want. I thought it was going to be Kai Havertz because he's their Raumdeuter. You can't really tell him where to go. He finds space, but then he's now got stuck up front. And I don't think he's an actual number 9. So who knows? Maybe we brought in a striker, it would change. I support Liverpool, Jamaica, and the Zanzibar. Oh, right. He's not developing us properly as a whole. He's done all right, though, man. Like taking us from where we were to where we are now. We're going to get stuck in the same conversation. Maybe he's not enough to get us over the line. But then there's also the point I'm saying where he's taken us this far, he deserves a bit longer to see. I said Saka is no winger for me before, and I stand by it. He's not great. He's not got that pace and trickery. I think you're going to look like that comment doesn't make sense to people if he ends up breaking the Premier League assist record.
Saka, he's going to do it. I think he'll do it. There's a lot of games left for him to do it.
He's on 10 now.
Yeah.
Like, you'd have to put money on him doing it. What do you mean? Oh, so then Barca need money desperately. That's a
break Henry's record, assist record.
It's Henry and Kevin De Bruyne, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's those two. I mean, what a pair of people to be going after. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's done 10 in 15. That's huge. I think he'll do. I really hope he does. Jordan, Liverpool fans are Scousers. I knew from your LFC you were a Liverpool fan. Okay, I have to be better at what I read out here. Are Barca selling their own branded toilet tissue? Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Sorry. Pissed on train home from London, been to a gig. Who'd you see? Want to hear about it?
He had a fun time at the gig.
Of course he did. Camden went to see the Twang. Camden! You have to call it Camden for us. Call Camden. That's my manner. Mitch, what do you think of Camden? It's like a 24-hour Hollywood-style Disney resort now.
Hey, did you go last week to watch to see the lights in London?
Yeah, I did. It was lovely, but it's funny because like the missus never seen them before.
Yeah.
And she's like, we got to Oxford Street because there's a lot of people. And I was like, it's the most densely populated city in Europe. You're in the most densely populated centre of the most densely populated place in Europe, and they turned the lights on to attract people. Yeah, it's busy. Do you know what I mean? And she was like, "Oh, well, when you put it like that," I was like, "Yeah." She's like, "Well, how long will it take us to walk up and down Oxford Street?" I was like, "All day. It will take all day. Like, just unless you use your elbows, it will take all day."
Yeah,
and she's not one of those. She's like a really nice person. So she's like, "Excuse me." I'm like, "Get the fuck out of it." You know? I'm at the other end of the road waiting for him. If we bring in this is a real question. Even if we bring in a striker who's moving the ball up a midfield during a low block to get in the support,
we'll need a number 8. I think Rice is the number 8, not a 6.
No, I don't. I disagree. Isn't that mad? We found something to disagree on. Luca, where do you stand on?
Wait, really? You think Rice is better at 6 than 8?
Yeah.
I think for me, Rice is better in the number 6. I don't think he's not suitable in the number 8 because we've played him in different positions before and it's not worked. Rice last season in the number 6 was superb. That's why I feel like Rice is suitable. And with Mika Moreno brought in, I don't rate Mika Moreno. I want him gone.
Well, I like Mika.
Already?
I like him.
You don't mess about, do you?
I want him gone. I don't think he's not all that.
Shit, you got an Amazon Prime generation stamp, and you're like, "Where's my package? You only ordered it this afternoon, and I want it now. I'm not waiting 5 hours for a package."
No, I don't rate Mika Moreno. I
really like this. I would be experimenting with this. I know that Odegaard, Saka on the right-hand side has become a fixture we're all really proud of. But could it be true that we could play Declan Rice in that 6, Odegaard on the left, and Nwaneri on the right? Or maybe Havertz on the right of a midfield and try something different? Because I think Nwaneri is much more of a number 10. I don't think Odegaard's a 10. I think he's he's not play. I mean, he played a killer through ball to Jesus, so it's going to make me look like an idiot saying this. But more often than not, he's good at moving the ball around and captaining and marshalling the team. But he's not an Ozil. It's not that killer ball. He's not Bergkamp. Nwaneri is too young to do that. Marino, I don't think he's that guy.
From Nwaneri at that age.
It'd be too hard. It's too much to ask. I would love us to sign Danny Olmo because I want to see a 10. I want to see Xavi Simons, Danny Olmo, Florian Wirtz.
That means he would shift Odegaard.
I would play Odegaard on the left. He's left-footed. Yeah. So that opens up more of the possession. You know, I just for me, like I could be wrong. But I don't see Declan Rice. I think he can play in the 8, and it's always good to have rotational opportunities and, you know, people moving up and down. But I like Declan Rice at 6. I feel like that's the strength in his game. He's all over the pitch. He breaks the game up, moves the ball forward well. I don't think that he can't play and score goals. He's shown he can. I just don't, it's not for me. Like I think what I'm looking for, and I think we all are, is just someone to play football with flair.
Yeah.
We need
what,
a bit like Thomas Rosicky, a bit like that.
Man, he was good.
You know what? There's a couple. There's Santi Cazorla.
Oh man, he was a magician. Right foot, left foot, he could do it all, man.
Yeah, so we need him, right? Like, I'm sending you all out across Europe and the world. Find me another Santi.
He's still growing at the age of 39.
Guys, I wish we could have given. I said this on the last stream, and it still upsets me. I wish we could have given him a testimonial one final match, Santi Cazorla. It would have been brilliant.
Well, like the fact he left is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Rosie, I just want to get on this because you said I've never heard of the Twang either, and I'm glad you said that because you're a good bit younger than me. I've never heard of them. Odegaard is an 8.5. Very well said. Declan the Destroyer. Agree. Declan in the sweep.
Odegaard 2 assists yesterday, folks.
Yeah, he was awesome. And you know what? Like, look, going into that match yesterday, when I saw the lineup, I felt like, when you defend, like, because we're all entrenched in our position now. I'm out here.
How can I defend this shit?
You're like, what are you doing? Two things. One, the press conference the night before where he's chatting shit about how the Community Shield is a trophy. And I'm like,
no, Miguel.
No one thinks that.
I already addressed that on my channel.
I saw it. I gave you a like for that one. I was like, I hate to agree with you, but like, this is tough. You can't be chatting shit about the Community Shield.
It's like bad when when Luca and Dan are agreeing with each other. That's when you know all hell is breaking loose, folks.
Chaos reigns. The dark side are combining. No, it's like there are times we agree. We agree on Declan, and so does Jose. And we agree with Rosie that 13 likes is not enough. And
13 likes is not enough, guys. What are you doing? Come on, guys.
So I think we're all on the same page. We all want a Santi Cazorla type signing in January.
Yeah.
No doubt. Right? We want someone who's everyone in the dressing room loves them. They're 2-footed, full of flair, can score from free kicks, can lace the ball through, gets assists, smile on their face, football, runs at people. Kind of like I saw in Emil Smith Rowe. I thought he was going to become that player, but maybe he just didn't have the arrogant sort of confidence. And maybe that's a problem at Hale End. You know, maybe that they do drum it out of them a little bit. Maybe Nwaneri is the exception. I don't know. I think Miles Lewis-Skelly is a future captain. I'm really chuffed with him. But we need to go a little bit different, and we need a player that's going to be Eric Cantona, Kevin De Bruyne. You know, all of the big league title-winning sides have had a player who's arrogant. You just need one. You need one that goes, give me the ball. Just give me the bloody ball, you know?
I agree with that comment by Zanzi Barbarian. Marino does a lot in midfield, and I know Luca doesn't like him at all, but I think he's very underrated. He does the dirty work that some players might not want to do, and I think he does a lot of the tracking back in his play. I think he has good influence in this team, and he's only going to get better. But I think that's a signing we should, back and get behind. I don't think there's some games where he's actually been good. Even against Palace yesterday, I think he was really good.
I think, listen, Melina,
anything other than their preconceived biases.
No, you're right. And what I would add to that, sorry to interrupt you, but I would say, look, I gave Fabio Vieira 2 seasons, right? So you can give Marino half a season. That's ridiculous. When Robert Pires came into Arsenal for the first season, he was shit.
He was crap.
And so you can't really tell me, if you're so clever that you can watch someone play 4 or 5 games and tell me that they're going to be or not going to be a great player, then you should be working as a football scout, because that's next level. I can't do that. I watched Robert Pires in the first home game of 2002 season, 2-1-2, and we lost to Leeds at home.
We didn't even string a pass together.
And I was watching that Leeds game we lost at home. My first game I'd been to, because it was the second game of the season, and my mate Sean phoned me up and said, what the hell happened? I said, well, we were just a bit lackluster, but let me tell you, Robert Pires is a player. He's good. He suddenly took off, and that was season 2. So maybe that's what we're wanting for Marino. I don't know. I can't judge it yet. I haven't done what Santi Barbarian's talking about and saying, by the way, this is Luca from Luca Talks Ball. That's who the guy in the middle is. Say hi, Luca.
Hello, big up, man. Up to you.
So Marino does a hell of a lot that goes unnoticed. I thought he looked, I've liked bits and pieces, but I wouldn't stick my neck on the line one way or the other. I think it's too soon to tell. But it's the same way that Kai Havertz. You know, when Kai Havertz came in, I wasn't a fan. I was like, what have we signed this scrub? I don't want this guy in my club. He looks moody. And as soon as he put the shirt on and started playing, I was like, well, I've got to give him support. And now I'm glad I did. So there's an evolution in my videos. Back then it goes, before we signed him, I don't want him. This is a mistake. This is terrible. We did a live stream, 3 of us all going in on him, except one guy, Sean, going to give him a chance. And I was like, no, you're wrong. You're wrong. Then he put the shirt on and I was like, okay. And then there were 2 more videos and I was like, he's one of ours now. I'll support him. And then I was like, oh, do you know, he's not that bad. I don't hate him anymore. He's one of ours. I'm giving Marino a bit more time, but he's not in my starting 11. I like old school midfielders such as Xavi and Pirlo. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, if we could go and sign Iniesta, I like Iniesta. Can we get him? I like Paul Davis, David Hill.
Retired now, so.
No, I know.
Xavi and Pirlo, they were really good, but
they were.
That time of football is gone now.
I'd like Pep Guardiola, if I'm honest. I'll take him in. He's not doing anything soon, is he? He's going to be hard work. I love, we've got all indie music, blah, blah, blah. Pires, Ljungberg, Henry, Bergkamp, these are all flair players. Yes, they are. However, Arsene Wenger didn't prescribe so much how they have to play. So they had more flair and they had more ability. And that's, that's a difference. I don't think Arteta has given them the freedom of the pitch. And I don't know if Arteta wants us to go and sign a massive superstar Rafinha type player. But I think at a certain point, this may be the problem of not having a sporting director. Jason Ato isn't going to try and upset Mikel Arteta if he's hoping to get the job full time. What do you mean you hated Maradona? No one. I love Maradona. I hated him when he scored that hand of God goal against England. But as a footballer, if I had one football match to watch before I die, Maradona, please. Just loved him. I loved his personality. I loved everything about him. And yeah, he cheated. But, he cared that much. I don't know. I mean, I'm not condoning cheating, but if Maradona was available and Arsenal could sign him, that's the player I want. I want a flair player. I want a Ronaldinho. I want a Maradona. I want someone who's not going to do what the manager tells him to. God help me, I want a Paul Gascoigne. I think I agreed with something Lucas said earlier, which I don't think Arteta would sign a player like that. But I don't know. We always go in on
He won't sign anyone like that because we're not going to do that at Arsenal.
No, but I don't know because you seem to be saying that Arteta has the final say on players that come in.
Well, don't know. Because we're not going to be ambitious. We're not going to end up going and getting anyone massive. We don't do that at Arsenal Football Club.
Declan Rice?
Yeah, but that's summer. We don't do that in January.
Nobody does it in January, Luca, because it's stupid to do it in January. I really would like us to sign Ademola Lookman. Right?
He's a good
shout. So I go to Lookman and go, come play for Arsenal.
Shout, Ademola Lookman. He just won Player of the Year.
He won the Europa League.
On his own, pretty much.
Ademola Lookman and Victor Osimhen, both of them are brilliant players.
Well, why don't we not go for Victor Osimhen? Sure, I
don't know.
But it's high wages at Napoli he was on.
He still is. He must be, because there's no way Galatasaray are paying
for loaned out, yeah.
There's a couple of there's also Kvaratskhelia at Napoli who's
Kvaratskhelia, that guy's a baller. He's
absolutely. So my point now on Lookman is he's probably one of my top 3 that I'd love to see come in. But how do you go to a player who's currently top of Serie A,
tell them to leave,
and say leave now, and cup tie yourself in the Champions League? Do you know what I mean? Then who does that? So the players that we will be able to get in January are players who know they're not in Europe anymore.
It's like Neto, right? Who we signed the keeper.
Yeah. What a stupid signing.
What the hell are we doing signing a player that can't play?
And we signed him to play cup games and he can't play cup games. What the hell? Only Arsenal would do something.
I've not even seen him play yet.
Apparently, we might be getting rid of him in January.
We're looking at a keeper in Italy.
We're looking at Garcia again, but it's also come out from fairly reliable sources that they're not liking what they're seeing from Neto in training. It was a fucking ridiculous signing. We do make them. We have signed Kim Källström. Let's not forget. We are that team. Listen, I just don't think there are players out there that we can get. Unless you can think of one. What are we doing here? I'm going through them.
Why don't you not go for someone like I said something on my channel. I said something on Mel's channel. Mel said it's not a bad signing, but I had to disagree with her. Dewsbury Hall is a player.
That's one we're in for. I don't care if we sign him in January or next year, though. What difference is it going to make? Do you see him?
I don't want him in January, but I don't think he would be a starter.
I don't want him in January. I don't think not for me.
It's not a January signing. What difference does it make? You sign him in January or next year?
He's a Chelsea reject, right? We should not be going for Chelsea reject.
Bit harsh. He hasn't really had long enough.
Played at Chelsea.
2, he's valued 30 million. 3, he could play in a cam position, but he and Odegaard back up, right? I'd rather go and get someone like a Morgan Gibbs-White.
Yeah, I mean, that's a better shout, definitely, yeah. But I still don't think Morgan Gibbs-White is the player to sign in January either. I think we're all on the same page with these kind of players. So what if we sign him in January? Because we're not Dewsbury Hall. We signed in January. He isn't going to play till summer anyway.
Chelsea, he's done nothing.
Huh?
But what's he done at Chelsea? At Chelsea,
No, he's been there 6 weeks. He hasn't, like, what do you want from him? He hasn't won the League Cup yet. I'll say that.
no, he hasn't. But it's Dewsbury Hall an upgrade at Arsenal Football Club.
Depends on who you're comparing him to. I mean, like Thomas Partey and Jorginho are leaving in summer, so you do need a young player. I mean, I remember everyone wanted to sign Romeo Lavia, which I think would have been a good signing, by the way. But you buy these young players not for now. You buy them for. I just said earlier, that Barca kid Gui that Chelsea spent $6 million on.
he was brilliant.
Why aren't we in for those players?
Yeah.
Why are we going in £6 million for a player? When was the last time Arsenal spent £6 million on a player?
He scored a brace in the last game they played in the Conference League, and he scored a hat trick tonight against Shamrock Rovers. But that kid,
I know that you killed it a little bit when you said against Shamrock Rovers. It's like we were like, "Oh, he's got a Shamrock Rovers."
Anyone can
score
against Shamrock Rovers.
I know, like,
Chelsea from Barca.
But Chelsea take more punts on players than we do, and I think that's a mistake from us because we're not in the mix for any of these young players. We're not going to have the ones break through. We don't have anyone in the academy that's coming up as a striker, so we need to go and buy one. That's pretty straightforward. I don't think anyone's disagreeing with that.
Who else is available for strikers?
Huh?
I heard we're linked with the PSG lad. What's his name? Kolo Muani.
Yeah, we are, but so is everyone else. And Randall Kolo Muani, for me, isn't going to win you the league in January.
No, he's not.
I'm not saying he's a bad player. I think he looks good.
He's not an impactful signing.
I don't think so. I don't really think so. And so, what's the point? You know, like to sign someone who sits on the bench, I don't want it to. I think Man United are. I don't know what's going on. That's such a joke.
Why can't we get Kudos?
Yeah, well, because he's 80 million quid. That's why.
No, apparently now 2 days ago they said it's now 100 million. What the hell are they smoking over there?
Oh, West Ham, innit? They did this to us with Declan Rice as well, and they did kind of get 105 million out of us. Sign Alexia Putellas. Yeah, let's do it.
No good.
I said this years ago. Look at players' social medias to see who's an Arteta player. He liked reserved, humbled individuals, not outspoken. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's a Van Gaal manager. He is. The team is more important than the individual. And I think that's a problem for me because I think I would have 10 players on the pitch who are drilled, well-marshaled, team players, know where they're supposed to be. And then I'd say to one of them, you just go and have fun. There's some great stories of Alex Ferguson that, you know, when Eric Cantona Kung Fu kicked my mate's cousin, right? He was actually the guy I used to go and watch football with. He kicked his cousin and Kung Fu'd him. And all the Man United players are like, can't wait to get in at full time because he won't be bollocking us, right? He's not going to be having a go at us because, you know, Cantona's just thrown himself into the stands and they get in there and they're like, you fucking should have done this. And he's like, bollocked everyone. And then Cantona's coming and goes, you can't do that, son. You can't. You know, there are just some players you have to treat differently. You have to treat Bergkamp. You have to treat Cantona. You have to treat Kevin De Bruyne differently. And I don't know if Arteta's at that evolution of his management career yet. He needs to learn that to go to the next level. He needs to learn that there are some people in my teams. I have some superstars. And when people say to me, oh, why does so-and-so get away with murder? I always say, because when my butt's on the line and I need someone to go and get 5 done, that person is the person I look to. And the rest of you will work hard and try your best, but you can't do the things that special people can do.
Yeah, and I know, Putellas. I didn't say anything about that signing.
Could work. I mean, we'd have to cross some lines there, but, you know.
Ladies player, come on.
I know, well, you know, there are some good ones. Russo.
Why can't we get Alex Russo in the men's team? How about that? That's my girl.
Yeah, move Marino into the ladies. I think that would work. We need a striker in January, and no striker good enough is going to be available in January. They're all Champions League cup tied. 100% agree with that. And that's the problem. And that is...
leave with being cup tied.
Elise is at Bayern Munich, Rosie. He's not leaving Bayern.
Oh, Luca mentioned Eze. What about Eze from Palace?
Yeah, I don't. All right, I just don't rate him quite highly enough. I think he's great.
I think Eze's all right. I think Eze for me wouldn't do a bad job.
No, I don't think he'd do a bad job. But what we're looking at now is the reason we're talking about January is because we all kind of think we need that one player to lift us. I think if you're watching Arsenal from August to now and you don't think we need another striker, then your rose-tinted glasses need polishing, because that's ridiculous. We've got Jesus who scored a hat-trick. All right, brilliant. But that's the first goal he scored, and he hasn't scored in the league. He scored in the League Cup. Palace, the weird thing for me was Palace played a full-strength side and then couldn't wait to get them all off the pitch. It was like they were...
First half, I said in my match reaction after the game, I said Palace were the better team in the first half. That Mateta bullied our defence in that first half. And then I thought Ethan did all right, not brilliant. But it was a bit of a strange one why Mikel took him off. And I know Arteta got the right substitutions, because Odegaard, for me, was sensational. He got a couple of assists for Jesus' goals. But Bukayo Saka looks good, and it made the difference. We won the game.
Yeah. I think Jesus scoring a hat trick, I would have given you really long odds on that. It didn't look like it was going to happen. It looked like every time we lacked any kind of killer instinct in front of goal, and then suddenly he did that ding.
How many days? Was it 300 something days since he
I know, it was January the 30th.
Oh my God.
January the 30th was the last goal he scored, right? Wow. So you're looking at it going, all the shit I gave Richarlison, he's making Richarlison look lethal. And now he scored a hat-trick. And of course, we're thinking, maybe we should just play him against Palace on a weekend. I think you're mad not to. I think you have to start him now.
Well, it's been 11 months. I agree to start Jesus.
I think we have to. But then, you rested Kai Havertz because you want to play him against Palace on Saturday. And now you're going to not play Kai Havertz? I don't know. I think, look, I'll come back to the points that really pissed me off, because I'm defending Arteta. And I don't always think he's doing the right thing. And yesterday, the lineup, I thought you've just absolutely spannered it. This is just arrogance beyond belief. You're going to play your kids, your B team. We don't even have a B team. You never play a B team.
We never did.
No, we only ever play the same fucking 11 players week in, week out. We're 2-0 up against West Ham and you're cautious and you still won't drag players. And then it comes to a League Cup quarter-final chance to play in the two-legged semi, and you're putting out Sterling, it just made no sense. Jesus, Sterling, Trossard as your front three, Nwaneri, Marino, and Jorginho as your midfield, and God knows what you're thinking, changing a centre-back pairing that's the best in the, so. But in the end, he got away with it. Which makes him right, makes me wrong. Fair enough. Saturday, though, I don't know. If Jesus is firing, you've got to play him, haven't you?
Yeah, you've got to play Gabriel Jesus because he scored a hat-trick. It's like, I was watching AFTV, right, and Lee Judges made a point, and he was saying, if Sterling scores a hat-trick, Bukayo Saka, are you going to drop Bukayo Saka? No. Because Bukayo Saka, what you said about Rocastle.
But you might swap, but you might drop Martinelli.
Or you can drop Martinelli over Raheem Sterling.
Yeah, you can. That's what I'm saying. That's what I would do.
I would play Jesus on the weekend.
I'd play Jesus
left.
Front, centre forward.
Yeah, on the left.
You'd play, so you'd have Havertz, Jesus, and Saka.
I would do that. Or I would drop Havertz, keep him on the bench, play Jesus, Martinelli, and Saka. But I would prefer the first one. Havertz in the middle, Jesus on the left, drop Martinelli, and put Saka and bring Martinelli off the bench. That's what I would prefer.
For me, I'd probably go with Havertz up front, Bukayo Saka on the right, and Jesus on the left.
Okay, so
you're both saying the same thing there.
Yeah.
I would go different. I'm going to just go rogue, and I'm going to say I would play Havertz in Odegaard's position. I'd play Odegaard as a left 8. I would play.
Havertz doesn't work in the midfield.
No, it does.
I think he does in Odegaard's position. I don't think he does as an 8.
Oh.
I think wherever we've played him, we've tried to fit him in on that right-hand side. Sorry, we've not tried. A couple of times he has played in that right-hand side. I think it's looked all right. I think you need, what for me is I want to see Havertz and Jesus playing with each other. I'd love to see. I mean, the other thing is, Palace killed themselves with leaving that much space behind. Like against us, that's just not something you do. And Jesus totally. I mean, that that goal where he's onside in his own half and breaks into space. That's lethal. You know, that's no team. That's Spurs defending. That was just crazy. What do we actually think is going to happen though? Because I think
what do we think Arteta's going to pick? Oh god.
Yeah.
I think for me he'll go with Ryan goal.
Yeah.
Back four. Timber, Calafiori, I don't know if he's back or not. I probably won't be back
for
a while. Because Arteta did say he didn't really give it a time schedule how long. I think for me there's something going on between Calafiori. I think this could be a long term, but who knows? Timber at right back, Saliba and Gabriel. Left back, probably have to go with Tini's not going to play. So
why not? He's injured, isn't he? Apparently
injured.
he's injured. Like,
well, he said he had a cramp or something. People said, but I think he's
a cramp. Yeah. I mean, I'm all for playing Tierney now. I liked what I saw.
He was good.
He was very good
because he gets the ball in quickly. You know, he's not always dragging it to the byline.
For someone who has barely started or barely played games, he was good.
That was an amazing performance from a player who hasn't played since July.
I think for me, if Tierney don't play, I'd play Kivior at left back because I don't want to see Lewis Skelly in a game against Crystal Palace because look, Lewis Skelly's got a great future. I've seen this guy live. Don't get me wrong, but Lewis Skelly, right, was crap against Everton, right? I know he had a good game against Monaco, right, but I'd have to go with Kivior because Zinchenko's he's not going to play. And he's injured. So
Zinchenko's not going to play. Calafiori, I don't think is going to play. I don't want to see Kivior.
Kivior yesterday, it was his worst performance in an Arsenal game.
For me, Kivior wants to go.
He was schoolboy defending yesterday. Really bad.
Worse than schoolboy, because I've been a schoolboy, and when I was a schoolboy, I couldn't head a ball to save my life, and that's what it felt. It felt like me going for a header. Like close your eyes and put your head down, and hopefully.
I think Arteta is going to go with Partey at right back and play Timber at left back. I do not want to see Partey at right back.
I was just about to say that. I think that needs to stop.
I'm a bit worried.
So the only mitigation I could find for yesterday. And I totally agree with you on Mars Lewis Skelly as a defender, by the way. But you look at it and you think, what pissed me off, and I'm sure it did you as well, against Everton, we didn't need a back four.
Yeah, we didn't need to.
Why are we talking about, why not just play three defenders? Just go like Mars Lewis Skelly straight in the midfield.
You got the subs wrong. The game management for that game was poor. Why are you taking Odegaard off and Declan Rice and then bringing on Partey at right back? It just killed the game from me.
It was piss poor. I mean,
yeah.
No one I know thinks Arteta is infallible. There are times. My biggest concern with Arteta, like I said, doesn't rotate enough, doesn't use the youngsters enough, and the bench game. Sometimes the bench is just baffling. But there is a much bigger problem with Arteta, and that is when I look at the games that have mattered most, the games that have frustrated us most as fans, where we've thrown it away. Right. We have lost games like Aston Villa away last season, which I thought was unlucky. You know, we had the equaliser at the end, which would have been given, except it touched everyone on the hand.
That was such a disappointing day.
It was. But we played well. We just didn't capitalise on our chances. The games where I feel like I've wanted to scream in the dressing room and go, what the hell did you guys not turn up for today? Because it mattered. The first time we had a game like that, there were the seasons before it, we weren't very good. There were lots of games, Everton away, stuff like that. But when we were going for the title and we were in February and we come back and we taken off after the World, we carried on where we left off. And we went away to Everton. They got a new manager, Sean Dyche, and the players walked around the pitch and they didn't seem to give a shit.
Yeah, they didn't care.
That was the first time it happened, really, while we were in a title race. And I thought, okay, it's a blip. A new manager bounce. I'll put it down to that. Then we had the game Brighton at home. Right?
Oh, no. We lost 3-1, right?
Yeah, 3-0. And it was dog shit. And it was dog shit because you looked at it and you went, why doesn't anyone care? Why are they walking around at home against... I mean, we didn't look like we gave a shit. And that's a problem. Then immediately after that, we went to Forest away and we handed the title to City. We can't even be bothered to turn up for this. And I put it down to young people at the top, scared, their legs got weary, fine. But the next season, I want that eliminated from our squad. And then you saw West Ham, and we lost that game to West Ham. And then we lost to Fulham away. And it was these mini blips. They happen in pairs.
Yeah,
and
especially that West Ham.
why is it that when you come out for a game which is season defining like this,
we don't turn up,
walk around the pitch?
Sluggish.
And then I just about got to the point where he'd repaired it with a fantastic run in the start of 2024, coming back from Dubai. And then we had that inexplicable home defeat to Villa, which was the same bloody thing again. It was players going out there looking like they expected to win without trying. And then this season, we've seen it again. We've seen it at Bournemouth away. Fair enough, we went down to 10 men. But we've seen you can still play with 10 men. You shouldn't have to defend like your lives depend on it. And then Newcastle away. So every season we're seeing from Arteta, he sends these guys out there not quite fired up properly.
I think we struggle against low blocks. Even last season, Dan, low blocks we struggled against. I don't think it's our strength.
I don't see it that way. Do you know what? I really don't see it that way, because there's one thing struggling against low blocks like Man City struggled against us, where at least they're camped out in a half. There's just games where we walk about and we look clueless.
And we don't take our chances. Well, that Everton game, we would have, if Odegaard had those 2 chances in the back of the net, we would have won the Everton game at home.
Yeah. There's been some shitty finishing from us, even against Monaco, where you thought, it's great to win 3-0. The
game would have been 5-0 if we
should have been 4-0 in the first half. I'm like, there's Odegaard threw on goal, I can forgive. Fair enough. So we've got BX. I'm going to go through some of the comments. What if we had a winning squad and it's a manager that's the weakest link, just for argument's sake? Well, if that's the case, then you still have to acknowledge the fact that Arteta has taken us this far. He's around for the next 6 months. Deal with it. Disregard my spelling calamities. This spell check is killing me. I did disregard them, and you're more than welcome. No, it was January 17th versus Brighton. It's a 2-0 home win, so
366 days.
He scored on the 30th of January. It wasn't the last time he scored was the
30th of January.
11 months or 12 months ago now.
It doesn't make that much difference, but it is the 30th of January that he last scored a goal in the Premier League. So you play your hot hand. We don't have another manager to bring in either, by the way. So Martinelli, Jesus, and Saka, I think would be a shame. You just dropping Havertz? I could do it. I could understand it. Bringing Sterling, Nwaneri, and Havertz to finish Palace off second half makes perfect sense.
It does make perfect, because I think for me bringing those on made such a difference against Crystal Palace, because I know some people were a little bit disappointed bringing Ethan off, because I didn't think Ethan didn't have a bad game. It wasn't brilliant, but
it wasn't the game for Ethan. I mean, I looked at it and thought, this isn't. This is what I'm saying. Is so frustrating when you back Arteta, and I am saying it consistently. He's brought us this far. He deserves a bit more time. Whether I would put my neck on the line and say I definitely think he's going to win a major trophy is not necessarily the case. But I give him this season. That's the difference. But when you're defending a person and you stand by them, even though you can see they're making mistakes, and then they put a lineup like that out last night, and you just think nobody in their right mind in a quarter-final of the League Cup wants to see all of your reserve players, all the players you don't rate. You don't think Sterling's very good, so you're playing him. You don't think Jesus could score, so you're playing him. You think Nwaneri's not ready, so you're playing him. Jorginho never gets a game, so you're playing him. Tierney isn't even here anymore. He's like a ghost of a player, and you're playing him. And so when we lose last night, you think, well, you've brought this on yourself. Somehow, Jesus makes it all happen. Yeah, what is with the surrender flags, Rosie? Is this for Rangers?
I think it's for Rangers. What is it? I'm guessing
black. They are black.
But it's a Scotland flag, right? I'm guessing it's for Rangers. Come on, Rosie. Or Rosie surrendering to be an Arsenal fan. She's had enough of Rangers.
She's an Arsenal fan anyway. She's an honorary Arsenal fan.
I
agree with Jose saying Skelly will only get better with more games. I think Skelly is the real deal. I really do.
I want to see them develop more. And even Max Doman, he's only 14.
I mean, he's the only player we've got in the youth team.
Oh man, he's good. They're raving about him.
I know, but he's 14.
Yeah, just 14. Or hopefully he'll still be here.
Yeah, but it's not even that. It's when you read the autobiographies of players and they say things like, oh, I can't reel off some of the names. And they go, when I was a young player in the youth team at 14, 15, it was so-and-so was the great hope. But then he broke his ankle or something. And at 14, you just can't say. You just don't know, do you? So, I don't know. Personally, I think Lewis Skelly is a better prospect than Nwaneri for me.
Yeah, I agree with that as well.
So Zanzi Tierney was mentioned, so I'm putting the only relevant flag in the UK. No swearing. Dan, 28th to 12th, 23, we lost to Brighton 2-0. 31st to 12th, we lost to Fulham 2-1. Saka scored. We didn't play on the 30th, but if you can show me... Yeah, that's a good point, actually. I just looked and I can't see it either. So when was Jesus' last goal? Because it can't have been the 31st. Maybe I'm talking about a year before. Can I be talking about a year before? So what is the last?
So the last time we played Brighton, it was 3-1, I believe, right?
No, last time we ever played Brighton.
Sorry.
Played them at home.
No, not this league. I'm talking about 22 season.
I was wrong. I was wrong. 30th of January. I don't know where I got that from.
You're talking about Jesus last time.
Yeah, I took about last time Jesus scored. So what was it? If you can show me who Jesus scored against, I'll drop my calf to you. He didn't. Didn't Jesus last score in the cup against? Yes, he did. But not counting against Preston.
Not counting Preston.
Not counting Preston, because come on, man.
Come on, it's Preston. My Nana could have scored against Preston.
Do you know what I mean? Seriously. It was. I don't think it was a league game. But last time he scored. When did you think it was, Anti-Barbarian? Because I think you're probably right. And for some reason, I've got it in my head that he hadn't scored since the 30th.
I know it was 300 something days because yesterday I said it in my stream. So I think he's right.
Did I mean November? Could it be that I meant November? 1 second. It's
been 12 months since he's
it's been. I thought it was the 30th of January, but there's no way it can have been because we didn't play.
I think it was when we played Brighton.
Okay.
So this is the quiz.
Forest on the 30th of.
Oh yeah.
Jesus, 30th of January.
Oh,
sorry, what did I say? 30th of January 2024 was the last time Jesus had scored in the Premier League.
Wow.
Yeah, so it is the 30th of January. So what did I say? Did I misspeak? Did I say November? Because I meant January. We didn't play on the 30th. Yeah, we played January 30th, 2024.
Yeah, 30th of January.
We played Nottingham Forest, and it was a good game. We only just won it, but he scored and assisted for Saka, and it was a really great assist as well. So that was the last Premier League goal he scored, and it's still the last Premier League he scored.
His last Premier League was when it was, because he hasn't played in the Premier League.
He doesn't, yeah. Well, he comes on as a sub, but
he does, but he doesn't do anything. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's why he hasn't scored since January. Because if he was scoring regularly, he would have played, right? But I think we've all given up on Jesus being the one. Maybe we haven't. I don't know. But the hat trick against Palace, I think we made people today. I didn't hear so many people saying Palace was shit. But
they played their strongest lineup possible. Dan.
I nearly. Do you know when you say something? I was on the Mr. Arsenal podcast, watching the live stream on the Mr. Arsenal podcast and on Moss Sports World, right? And in the Moss Sports World, I wrote, I wouldn't mind if Eddie Nketiah scored now.
Oh my God, and he scores.
And everyone was like, what are you doing? You've jinxed us. It's 3-2. And I was like, why do I do that? Why do I live dangerously?
You should have put a bet, Dad.
Yeah, I did. I had a bet on 3 goals in the first half. I left it. Guys, what's with all the negativity? In Arteta we trust. Things are good after so long. Enjoy that. Trust the process. Yeah, well, I'm on board with that. I'm loving football at the moment. I like that we're in the conversation. I like that there's so many City fans and Man United, all these Spurs fans talking about how we're not going to win the league. You watch, we're not out of it. You know, we might be 9 points behind.
I like how we're still in the domestic cups because last season it was a different story. And as of now, knock on wood, Arsenal are still in all of the cups with February to be the.
That's a bit of a. That, to be honest with you, that's a bit of, you're taking a bit of a liberty there, though, because we're still in the FA Cup because we haven't played it yet. Right?
Yeah,
like
we haven't played
that's
it.
like saying we're still in all the cups. You know what I mean? It's like fair enough.
Still in the world. Okay, Scotland's still in the World Cup because they haven't played it.
Sorry, Rosie up. She wants to see. We want to see your nan scoring. So. Okay, I remember that. Forest scored in the 89th minute and panic set in. It did because it was right at the beginning of that long streak of games. So we played Palace, we played Liverpool, then we played Forest. I think that's right, isn't it? I think I'm right in saying. So it was that long streak, but then it went on. I like Jesus. I'm fond of him. I think he's, you know, that the goal he didn't score yesterday where he got the ball with his back to goal and turned on a sixpence and had the shot.
Yes.
I don't know another player we've got who can do that.
Yeah, the turnover.
Because Kai Havertz isn't there.
Thierry Henry probably was the last time. Or Robbie
you know the second goal that Jesus scored, though, I know there was no VAR, but I do think it was offside.
Yeah, it was offside. Yeah, I think we all know it was offside.
We can't do anything about it.
I think it was offside.
Do you think fans maybe felt hard done by? Because
goal was offside from Jesus.
Yeah, it was. I think we know it was. I think he was at least a shoulder offside.
Yeah.
I think you draw the lines of VAR on that and he's offside, and then it's
definitely offside.
The third goal, obviously, clear goal. The first goal, clear goal. So in the end, I don't want VAR back in. I don't enjoy VAR. It bores the shit out of me. I hate talking.
It takes fucking forever to sorry.
No, you swear we like.
They take forever to draw the line.
Isn't it nice as well? Because there's that moment where you're like, where he scores that second goal, and you're like, oh, we've got to check the VAR, and then you suddenly remember there's no VAR. We just celebrate.
We can celebrate.
VAR.
VAR not taking our joy away.
Against Man United, they're not going to introduce the VAR.
No, they're not doing it for the Man United game as well. No VAR.
That's going to be a hell of a game, but I'm not glad we picked up Man United. I'd quite like to see us play some lower division teams.
Same here, but it doesn't happen. That's the thing with us.
Yeah, I hope we
don't get our share. I mean, look at Man United's run to the final last season in the FA Cup.
You know what though? Because Man United got eliminated today in the League Cup, they now have 1 week more rest than we would because they have a week where they're not going to play, whereas we're going to play Liverpool.
We're going
to play Newcastle.
3 games a week. That's what we're going to do.
Yeah. So January, it's a busy month for us.
It is. No, it is. It definitely is. I got off the train about 3 stops ago. I'm assuming you're talking about the Arteta train. Wait, that's it, Melina. We're going to have words. Jesus frustrates so much because he's all the tools but can't put it all together consistently. That's fair. That is fair. I mean, since that bad injury in the World Cup, hasn't been the same player. And like there is a reason that they sold him. You know, Arteta was able to sign Jesus because Pep didn't rate him highly enough. You know, we didn't pay a fortune for him. No, I'm wondering who we're going to play in the FA Cup 4th round. Oof, don't care. As long as we make it.
Let us get to the 1st round first.
Rosie, are you really putting black and white army on this? I mean, come on. Typical.
We're doing the most now.
Typical Rangers, isn't it? It's like the only way you can enjoy football is upsetting us. Nah, we will beat Newcastle home and away. I think we'll beat them.
I was so happy, right, when we got Newcastle. Me and Mel thought.
We went crazy on stream. Holy!
I thought let's talk that through because that's. Do you know what? You've got to at least have a bit of bravado about you. You know, like you've got to act like you want Spurs in the.
I said I'll take Spurs over Liverpool. I said I'll take top Spurs.
Yeah, to knock them out and preventing them not winning the trophy.
I said we'll take a North London derby, but make it Carabao Cup edition.
Well, 1987, when we won the League Cup against Liverpool, we beat Spurs in the semi.
Yeah.
That's what it felt like to me. That's what I thought we were going to have to do. The only thing I'm really a little bit frightened of, and I don't mind saying this openly on this stream, is what if we get Spurs in the final and somehow they beat us?
Oh no, we never hear the fucking end of it.
I don't think we'll lose to Tottenham. I don't think we'll lose.
Oh no, we never hear the end of it if Tottenham.
I didn't think we'd lose to Swindon.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I didn't think we'd lose to Luton.
Swindon Town.
I wasn't alive for the Swindon game, to be fair, but no, I didn't think we. Sorry, not Swindon, Swansea. Like they're looking at teams we've lost to. Birmingham. Do you remember losing to Birmingham?
Oh no, I remember that Birmingham in the cup final. Oh no, I remember that.
Yeah. Do you know what I mean? So look, let's
be Chelsea. We lost to Man City.
Yeah. Well, Man City, fair enough.
Hey, Tottenham got to the final before of the League Cup.
We did.
Huh? Have Tottenham got to the final
of the League Cup?
That's the last thing they won, 2008.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the last thing they've ever won.
Yeah.
In fact, they got to the final under Jose Mourinho and they sacked him
They fired him, yeah. That was crazy.
Maybe they'll fire. Maybe Levy
then he
will
went
do it
to
again.
Chelsea and they fired him.
Maybe Levy will do it again. Closet Gooner, Daniel Levy. Spurs.
Daniel Levy is one of the worst ownerships at Tottenham.
Hey, Dad, who did you
it's
think
impossible to beat him, isn't it? He is the worst owner of any football club ever. I know he's not really the owner. You're talking about ENIC, and he just represents ENIC. But to sack Jose Mourinho the week before come on. Like, he's a closet gooner. There's no one's going to convince me he isn't. He's done everything he can to keep Tottenham shit for 20 years. And then you've got Zanzibar Barbarians come out swinging. Come on, the Celts.
Come on, the Saints.
Look, Newcastle have been sniffing around a cup trophy for the last 3 years. They have. Well, they've been. I remember getting them in '98 and worrying about it. They're Shearer, and I thought
Tottenham playing Liverpool this weekend in the league.
Yeah. So Sunday at 4:30.
Yeah.
I might do a watch along. I don't necessarily. I mean, if someone
you're not going to do an Arsenal one.
No, I'm not.
I know you don't like watch along. Well, you said you're not. You say you're not good at them, but I disagreed with that.
Never doing an Arsenal watch along.
What? Yeah.
Wow.
No, I'm not doing it. I can't do it. I can't do it
because you're too stressed during the game.
Yeah, and I'm just sort of sitting there going. I remember, like, shit, there's people watching me.
Okay.
Someone scored. Shit, it's that. It's like I just get too into it. Mitch is saying, "Nightle, lovely to see you, Mitch."
Hey, Steve Wismaric, Arsenal Misfit. He's from Ryan's channel, Mr. Arsenal Podcast.
He is.
He's another Canadian gooner. Big up, Arsenal Misfit.
We got to come up with another way of saying "big up." I was looking at this actually. I want a less. I want it to be too many disappointing losses in big cup games to remember them all. The Arsenal Misfit. Too many big. Yeah. Really though, we've done all right, man. We've done all right. We've FA Cup. We've already done well. Where I live, I know a lot of Birmingham fans, and they ask me, "How the hell did we beat you?" I love Birmingham.
Birmingham fans. They're really passionate.
On the record, they're having a torrid time now. They got relegated, didn't they? But I love Birmingham fans. They are absolutely the world's best fans. Love them. I like Villa fans. Actually, everywhere in the West Midlands and East Midlands, I quite like, to be honest with you. Zanzibar Barbarian can no longer participate in this conversation.
Good night, Luke. I think he's going to sleep.
I think Lucas. I think he did say in the private comments, he's going, "Thank you so much for being on. You're an absolute legend." I know it's a bit late catching up on your Zeds. Steve, you well, sir. The Arsenal Misfit.
Steve, he's a great guy. Sound lad.
Hey, Miss M. Bob Mortimer is a big Birmingham City fan. No, he's not. He's a Geordie, isn't he? All support Sunderland or Newcastle. Luca, it's been brilliant having you on, by the way. He didn't do his trademark. This manager
has got to go. It's not good enough.
Luca, you got to do that next time. Come on, man. Yeah, I thought you had. Your eyes were going. They were falling backwards. But it's brilliant to have you on, mate. Have a good night's sleep. Bob Mortimer is a Birmingham fan. Just imagine what Rosie's like when she gets angry. I don't think he is, Rosie. I think he's a Newcastle fan. I think I'm just going to keep...
Rosie, we were only Rangers fans last week, and you still let us down.
Yeah, you really let us down. My short
second goal.
Bob Mortimer, he's from Birmingham. He's not a Geordie. Hang on a minute. I don't believe that. Bob, are we talking about the same Bob Mortimer from Reeves and Mortimer? God, look, we're all Rennick. Middlesbrough. He's from Middlesbrough.
Oh, Middlesbrough.
Yeah, so he's basically a Geordie. It's a cheaper version of, but you know.
Ooh, get the paddle off, she said.
I don't know who he supports. So no, he's a Middlesbrough. One of British comedy's most blah blah blah. Yeah, he's one of Middlesbrough's top supporters. So you were wrong. Boo, get the panel off. I'll never get angry, lol. Bob supports Middlesbrough. That's where he's from. Well said, Zanzibar Barbarian. You can always rely on Zanzibar Barbarian to.
Yeah, he's good with his facts. Where's that guy that wanted Cunha? I forgot his name. He's a regular.
Red-Eye Gooner.
Red-Eye Gooner. I'm not.
Yeah. He hasn't been on for a couple of shows. I think he's stuck doing Christmas shopping in hell or something.
Oh, cool.
No, but yeah, he wanted Cunha, and now look, does anyone still want Cunha?
No Cunha for me.
No Cunha.
I think he might get well, he was being reviewed by the FA or something for that incident.
Yeah, he might get a lengthy suspension. Did you see what he did?
Yeah, he took his glasses off.
No, that's not
and
right.
as someone that wears glasses myself, how
that's
could
not
you possibly do that?
That's not cool. I don't wear glasses. I should wear glasses. I don't wear glasses.
Hey,
that's
you look good with glasses.
I need glasses really badly. I'm like that. Screen all day long. So I need them, but I'm waiting for the new year to go and get myself a prescription glasses.
Yeah.
So it's going to make such a difference watching football because at the moment I have to sit like that looking at it.
You need reading glasses or for both? For distance too?
Yeah, I need things to not be out of focus when they're about a meter away.
Yeah, for distance. I need that.
I know what's going to happen. I'm going to go to an optician and they're going to go, "What the hell have you waited this long for?" And I'm like, "What?
What are you talking about?
This is a chip shop." Not Birmingham. No, not Birmingham. Rosie, how are you? Rosie, you're off, girl. Lucas Ball, what you were. So I absolutely love Bob Mortimer as well and know everything about him. Got confused. Right. It's your age, Dan. Moss needs binoculars. Listen, I do. But that's why I like when sometimes the family will go, I don't mind if you watch football in here. And I'm like, no, I'm going to go and watch it in the annex because I can just sit this close to the screen. When I'm watching it on the sofa, I'm like, who scored that? When I used to go to the football and someone score, if I was in the North Bank, someone scored in the clock end and my mate would go, who was that? And I'll go, you've got no chance. What are you asking me for? Like, I know it's one of ours because we're celebrating, but I didn't know who it was.
So I'm the opposite. Happy birthday, John Ross.
John Ross is 35 pence.
35 pence.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. You don't look it from your picture. You're doing very well.
Happy birthday, John.
Well, why haven't you smashed a like, John? What's going on?
Yeah, before we wish you, like the stream.
Facebook likes are really popular here. I've seen them all. Your special episode with Claire Grogan. Oh, they're talking about the fishing program. I just don't get fishing. Was it the famous quote about fishing? It's a stick with a worm on one end and an idiot on the other.
I don't watch fishing, but I like my Clint Eastwood films.
Oh yeah, you know what we didn't do. Okay, which Clint Eastwood film does he say, "Don't piss up my back and tell me it's raining"?
The best Clint
Andy Barbarian will know that one.
The best Clint Eastwood is from The Outlaw.
Yeah, that's it. It's the Outlaw joke.
Clint Eastwood movie. It's a classic. Zanzi Barbarian, you like Clint Eastwood too? It's old school.
Of course, everyone likes Clint Eastwood. I never forget one of my favorite stories.
We used to have the cassette back when we had VHS cassette. And hi, Jordan again.
My stepdad was big into all those. Zanzibar Barbarian. That surprises me. I would have thought you'd be better with movies. We're gonna have a look.
One of my favorite trilogy series is Godfather series.
It's not a trilogy.
Godfather 1 and 2.
Yeah, that's just 2 films.
2 movies.
Yeah, it's just 2 films.
Yeah, sorry.
They never made a Godfather.
They didn't make a Godfather 3. It was so good.
No, they didn't bother with Godfather 3. It doesn't exist. If you've seen a film calls itself Godfather 3, it's not part. It's just a bootleg.
Hey, there's a new movie that came out with Denzel Washington. I've not seen it yet.
I think that the older Denzel Washington gets, the better he gets.
Yeah,
I love him.
Gladiator 2 they made.
That's it. Yeah. I haven't seen it. But
I like the first one.
All right, look at this.
Rosie don't like Godfather. What? Rosie.
Godfather, push. It wouldn't be if it was made in Scotland. You'd have loved it.
And there's another one about Italian mafia, Scarface.
That's Cuban mafia.
Yeah, Cuban mafia.
But there is the original Scarface film is about Al Capone because that was his nickname.
Al Capone.
And that's a good film. There are some I liked. I mean, I watched Casino. The best gangster film for me is probably Goodfellas.
Yeah, I like that one, Goodfellas.
That's awesome. So yeah, I mean, films is like I just love. I'm really looking forward to Christmas because you get to watch.
You should be a movie critic, Dan. But first of all, when this is off topic, just like
you know when we had Carl Walsh on, I don't know if you saw that show, but his job is actually movie critic. And the first time he came on, we talked about football. We obviously totally disagree on Arteta. He's like he's not the right man. He's shit.
Like Luka.
Yeah, like Luka and Jose now. We're losing them one by one. They're falling. I'm taking names for when we win the title because they're not allowed on the tour bus. But he was, and then after the show ended, we just started randomly talking about films, and I just loved it. It was just so cool because he knows so much about them. So when I watch a film now, I always think, I wonder what Carl would think of that. You know, like
that movie. Yeah. No, I was gonna say when you have time off in the holidays, I'm looking forward if you're gonna launch your new channel, the
in January
channel. It'll be great.
Unthink, yeah, that's gonna be. There's 10 videos. I'm gonna release them one every week, and I'm just gonna see what happens. Just wait. And
it's something you're passionate about, so
it is. But it's like when you disagree about football, it never really goes the same. It doesn't become like people don't hate you.
Yeah, but with politics, it's different.
It can become very divisive, especially in the world we live in now, where so many people. Carl's a movie critic. He's so angry, but he's not about films. And it's brilliant. He takes his daughter to the cinema a lot, and so it's really cool to have someone who knows that much about films. And like, because I'd said to him, I'm a huge fan of the original Blade Runner films.
Oh, I like the original Blade Runners too.
There's 5 versions of it, and I really enjoyed 3 of them. 2 of them are silly. One of them's made for US television. It's got a happy ending, which is just ridiculous.
I think the newer ones they ruined.
Well, I said to him, I haven't seen Blade Runner 2050, and he was like, no, you've got to see it. It's a really good film. And I sat through it, and I really enjoyed it. It's got a lot going for it. But
the old ones were so much better.
I think so. Yeah, I definitely do. I drove Clint Eastwood, Gene Hackman, and Morgan Freeman around for every week. And wow.
That's crazy.
That is cool. That is cool. One of my favorite Clint Eastwood stories, and I don't know if it's true, but it's from a fairly reliable source. And it came out of a conversation we were having with some friends of the family. Because I was saying, we went on holiday and my girlfriend started making friends with people and it ended really badly because it was just awful. You know, don't make friends on holiday. And she said, I'd normally agree with you, but we were on holiday one year and I was down the beach and her husband was back in the hotel and didn't want to come out. And she started making friends with this woman on the beach. They had 2 kids. Both their kids were about the same age and they cracked on. They were having a really good time. So they said, why don't we go for dinner? And she went back to Paul, her husband. She said, look, I've made dinner. I know you said don't make friends on holiday, but I've made dinner arrangements. We're going. Just put up with it. Like it. And he was like, oh, what are you guys? I'm on holiday. I don't want to go. But they went. This woman turned up and Clint Eastwood was her husband.
What?
And he was just like, and he said he was the nicest fella. I don't know if it's true. I think it's true. But, it's one of those stories. But I'd love to meet Clint Eastwood. Gene Hackman and Morgan Freeman. That is a hell of a... I imagine them all in the car at the same time, the Arsenal Misfit. That would be one hell of a car ride. He's always been nice to me. Kyle is lovely, man. I really like Kyle.
Scarface is pitch. Oh, my gosh. Rosie, what's going on here, Rosie?
Get a rise.
It's going from bad to worse, Rosie.
There was a period, Anti-Barbarian, there was a period where they did the Hammer Horrors, where there was always a little bit of nudity. If you were a teenager, you'd stay up late and watch it. One of my favorite movies stars Clint Eastwood. Is it Dirty Harry? Or no, it's not. That wouldn't be there. He's in the Gran Torino, which is a bit of a weird film. I'm trying to think of $1 Million Baby. I don't know if I've seen that. Kyle is great, 100%. Kyle, if you're watching this, get back on here. We'll talk films. I'm watching Marvel's Craven after this. Doesn't look like a film I want to watch, really. Rosie, I know, like, you avoid certain genres. You avoid, obviously, gangster films isn't your bag. I don't mind rom-coms. I do like rom-coms. I like When Harry Met Sally. I like Sleepless in Seattle. There's a few, but I'm not.
Do you like the UK Office show?
Yeah, I loved it. Yeah, I really loved it.
Great. The American one's not good.
It's not as good, but then it's a weird idea, isn't it? But the thing is, like, The Office was a genre splitting thing because it was a comedy with no laughter track and no joke. So try pitching that to people. We've got this program. It's a mockumentary. There's no jokes and there's no laughter track, and people won't know it's a comedy unless they've. I think it's really interesting. It's a generational thing. If you've worked in offices, obviously you have, right? You can't not have worked in offices, so you know that kind of quiet desperation that exists when people are just muggling through their day. I know a lot of people who've never worked in an office and they didn't enjoy The Office and they hate Ricky Gervais. I love Ricky Gervais and I love The Office.
I was gonna ask, do you like plays, Dan, like Phantom of the Opera?
No, I didn't. I like things like David Mamet's play, Glengarry Glen Ross, or American Buffalo.
Oh, American Buffalo is good.
I do like plays. I don't go to the theatre as much. I used to date an actor, and she was always dragging me to the theatre, and I haven't been.
So when I'm done going to the Arsenal games, if I stay for a couple of days, I usually go down and watch a play.
Did you ever see the play that goes wrong?
No, I've seen ABBA. I've seen Mamma Mia.
Okay, so this will rock your world. I will find a way. I worked with a guy who wrote it, and I didn't know, right? And
you didn't know he wrote it?
No, well, I worked in so basically he worked in a call center.
Okay.
And I managed in a call center, and we had loads of actors and lots of people come and do.
So many people.
Yeah, so lots of people come and go. Lots of creative people, really cool people to work with. It's so much fun. But my girlfriend, I was looking for something to do for my mum's birthday. And she said, "Oh, let's take it to the play that goes wrong." I was like, "Yeah, sounds all right. Let's do that." And I didn't know anything about it. And we went, and it's the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life, without any question whatsoever. It is an hour of the funniest.
I'm looking for it right now, but
it's incredible. They've done a whole series of them now. So
I've seen it now. It's here.
It's brilliant.
Oh, I gotta go see that next one.
I think it's been on Broadway. It's done the world tour now.
It's a comedy.
Who is one of the writing team, and we went to see it on New Year's Eve. It was about 6 months after it started.
It's about 2 hours.
Well, they did Peter Pan Goes Wrong for New Year's Eve, and we went to see it, and he came out afterwards and said, "Oh, thank you so much for coming to see it." And I was like, "Johnny, this is the funny. Don't thank me for coming to see this. I would crawl hot glass to watch. You guys are so funny."
Yeah, I like a good belly laugh.
It was like one of those ones where you look around the theater and everyone's laughing.
Oh, that's nice.
It was brilliant. It was just before it got really big. It's been on BBC now.
Okay.
Rosie, Scarface's pish. You can't be serious.
She's taking the piss now, Rosie.
It really is. One of my top 3 movie stars, Jack Nicholson too. I know the one you mean now. It's the one where he's got the OCD. It's it'll come back to me. He's brilliant in that. Jack Nicholson is just a legend. I hear Eastwood is allergic to horses. Is he really? That's good trivia.
No way.
The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. I love The Sopranos. Yeah, The Sopranos. Yeah, that's probably my favorite TV show. But The Bear is right up there. Are you watching The Bear, Rosie? Because I can only strongly recommend it. What's he not funny in, Rosie? What's Ricky Gervais not funny in The Office? See, I would guess anyone who doesn't like The Office, I usually think
the UK one better than the American one.
Yeah, so I know this is Zanzibar Barbarian on the Hammer Horrors film. My brother and me would be watching them on our second TV. That was a black and white one. Every time we heard one of our parents coming to, we would change channels. I know.
Oh my gosh.
There was a little period in the 80s in England where films, they had this outrage, and they said if there was ever any nudity on a film, they had to put a red triangle in the corner to warn people.
To block it out.
So when I'm like 13, 14 years old, you're like, where's the next film with the red triangle? It had the opposite effect. We're all huddled around our little black and white television. So I've met quite a few of the famous people over the years. I've never met anyone famous driving the tour bus, including Beach Boys. That is famous. Bryan Adams, loads of athletes from the 80s Olympic to hockey and football teams. I don't think I've ever met anyone famous. I've met Ian Wright. I've met some famous footballers, but nah. I saw the Book of Mormon in 2014.
Wow, you're lucky you met Ian Wright. That's incredible.
He is an absolute legend.
He's a really nice, down-to-earth,
beautiful human being.
guy, Ian Wright.
So proud that he's an Arsenal player. So proud that he's an Arsenal fan. I want to statue.
He wears Arsenal on his sleeve.
Totally. Jose, it's really funny you talk about the Book of Mormon, because I saw the Book of Mormon on the Wednesday. I had the day off, and I went to see it the Wednesday after I'd seen The Play That Goes Wrong on Saturday. And it ruined it, because as funny as the Book of Mormon was, when you've seen something that is so mind-alteringly funny that you can't find anything else. It's just such a tough act to follow. So I never really enjoyed the Book of Mormon.
Lived up to it.
I'd like to see Hamilton. I haven't seen Hamilton.
Oh, I've not seen Hamilton. I've heard of it before.
I've seen Madame Butterfly. Not for me. Yeah, I wouldn't enjoy that. Easy Rider.
The Nutcracker play I've seen last Christmas.
I saw the Nutcracker, the Matthew Bourne, with an all-male cast, and doesn't do anything for me. Not really into it.
I want to guess my favorite Jack movie and Clint movie.
Right, the favorite Jack movie should be The Shining. But if it's not The Shining, it's One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. But I think Easy Rider is a great shout, by the way. You're thinking As Good as It Gets, which is good. That's the one I was thinking of. Thanks, Rosie. I would have driven me mad. Boardwalk Empire is great too. I started watching it for some reason. I've just finished the first series of that. I absolutely love it. Steve Buscemi is brilliant. I'm
gonna go with The Shining as your favorite Jack movie.
It should be. I mean, it is the best.
Probably the best one.
It's a ridiculous. I got really into The Shining. You know why? Because I did a parody of it when who's the Tottenham guy that was Ryan Mason was there? Oh. You know, when he was a caretaker manager?
Yeah.
And I did this joke.
Wow.
I was talking to someone online and I said, he's probably the worst caretaker since Jack Nicholson in The Shining. And I suddenly had this idea to do a parody of the whole film of The Shining, but replacing Ryan Mason as Jack Nicholson's character.
Oh my gosh.
And they called it The Tottering. And I worked on it for a week. It was funny. I did the trailer for it eventually, but it was really funny. It had Jack Nicholson, you know, where he stands over the maze table.
We're very creative with it.
Well, I went too far. I was way off the deep end. I was like hours and hours of rewriting scripts and doing loads of stuff. There's a scene where Ryan Mason's in the office. There's a scene where he's talking to Scalini, the former assistant manager that got sacked, and Scalini and him are talking in the bathroom, and he goes, "You've always been the manager." There's a scene in the bar where Antonio Conte is serving Ryan Mason a drink, and he's saying, you know, "It's a history of failure, this club." And it was like all that. I had so much fun with it, but you just release it and you think the trailer just was like 60 likes and 60 views, and that was it. And I thought, I can't.
Well, maybe if you post it, you should post it now. It'll do so well. Come on.
I'll show you the trailer. I can show you the trailer.
Yeah, let's see it.
Let's see the trailer now, because I really liked it. But no one, it's one of those ones where no one was like, "Where's the film, Dan? Where's the film?" So I was like, "I'll get away with this," because it's so much work. Because I had to do everything by frame by frame. You know, when you do
editing.
Yeah, it wasn't even.
It takes a long time.
It's called The Tottering. Hang on, there's two. Where's that gone? Oh, here we go. Right, so let me share this.
Exclusive, but hit the like button first.
Hit the like if you like it, and go and look at it, because it had 3 likes.
Well, okay. Wait, Dan, put the link in the chat first, or Rosie, get the link so Dan can. We can like it first before we watch it.
If you don't like it, don't like it. But if you do, please give it some love. It's funny because these shorts, they come and go, don't they? You don't really. So So this is the tottering, but I will share it. I haven't watched this in about a year, I don't think. So here we go. The tottering. It's called the tottering. So here we go.
Here we go.
Are we ready? Are we sitting comfortably?
We're sitting comfortably, drink ready, non-alcoholic today. That will change tomorrow on my day off.
So hang on. Here's the trailer.
I love Arsenal Football Club so much. Pretty much first thing I do every morning when I wake up is I'm gonna go on the channel now. Oh baby, yeah.
I like that
I'll stop
intro.
listening. There is on the YouTube, and I like it more than cheeseburgers, and I love cheeseburgers.
So that's nothing to do with it, but this is it.
I just
Oops.
Why don't you
Oh no, not Lincoln.
I just need a little bit of time to find the right person. I mean, it just seems like every time I find a manager, they go absolutely mental. That's not going to happen to me. I think I can make it here. I can win things. Come on, boy. Now you're going to play up front. To be like Harry Kane, isn't you? You're always going to be the caretaker here. Always. Oh no. Oh. You know what is the history of this club? Glory, failure. Get somewhere.
So there was like,
Oh,
I got
Need a little bit.
I got way too into that, and I made so much of
I mean,
it.
it just seems like every time I find.
Wait, Dan, did you make 2 trailers? Is this the first one?
That's it. No, that's the trailer to the tottering.
good.
I made.
Oh, you should have made a film, but it would take.
I made a 20-minute film out of it.
Wait, where's the clip? You still have it?
So that's these are clips from the film. So there's loads of bits. It's like the bit where she locks him in the fridge.
Oh,
And
this
he's
is
having,
good.
the problem with it is you probably don't notice it, but that's not Jack Nicholson's face. That's Ryan Mason's face superimposed on it.
Yeah.
Right. So that's hard work because you can only do that in 10-second chunks.
You have to morph it every 10 seconds.
Yeah, and then you have to cut it together.
What do you use?
I used Reface on that one, I think.
No, the editing software.
Oh, Video Leap.
Oh, that's
So Video Leap takes. I love it because it's all done on my phone. But I got really into it. I had it all plotted, scripted, cut
if you're
together.
doing a film, it's gonna take so many hours to.
Yeah, and then then you starts crashing out a little bit. And to be honest with you, like I said, that had. I think it's got some likes now. For you guys are wonderful. I had like 3 likes.
Oh, Dan, if you put this on, oh my gosh, if I was to repost this on my Twitter or something, this would blow up. I'm sure.
So there's loads. There's like little ones. Like that Elvis one.
If you were to
stuff like this, it's just much quicker. It just does much better. So like, hang on.
What do we think of Tottenham? What do we think of shit? Thank you.
Stuff like that.
Oh, that's brilliant.
So stuff like that you can do in like 5 minutes. So I just do that instead. But the tottering was one of those. I get it. I'm sure I'm like everyone else, right? Like you get into these projects, you get this good idea in your head, and then you just go with it. And the family were having to watch clips of it for about 2 weeks, and then eventually, like they were like, "When are you going to bring it out?" And I was like, "It's just not going to happen. It's too big a job. It takes too much time."
But then, even if you were to repost these shorts, I think it would be really well. You should try it. This is funny. Yeah. This is good content.
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? Like that's what I'm saying. Like over the next couple of weeks, I get time to sit down and do more content, more funny stuff. I'm trying to get the Gooner news going. You know,
coffee out at the Pope one, Pope Francis.
There's some really good ones. There's some St. Tottering's Day one, which I really like. They never do that well because it's like, is that 5 people ever watch these?
Wow, I never seen these till now.
Huh?
I never seen these till now. I gotta look at your old videos.
I don't know. Yeah, it's just because if you watch videos, the shorts don't pop up really, do they? Some people don't
No.
watch shorts really. Then there's the ones that I've done where there's one that I did, which was like, I just don't get why people are so angry. Oh, here's one. Yeah, I think you'll like this one. Wait there. There's silly, like they take note. I like doing the shorts because they take no time to do. It's the ones that do take a long time. I haven't really got the bandwidth.
I mean, obviously, we wanted to give One Day Ramos as much time as possible, but I think there often comes a time when you know you have to make a change. And last Thursday, I decided I had to do something drastic, perhaps something that people weren't expecting, but I needed to change the mood around, particularly with the players. And I knew there was only one person that could do that, and that was Harry. A lot of heartache is the honest answer. Listen, it's never easy when you have to ask somebody to leave the club, but I think when you've been working with somebody for 5.5 years, it's difficult. And my heart was telling me, don't do it, and my brain was telling me I needed to do it. I've known Fabio for a number of years. I've got a lot of admiration for him, and I think he'll be a great addition to our management team. Everything to do with the football side of the club, he will have responsibility for.
Surprise!
So that shit takes like 10 seconds, 20 seconds. So you do that, you know. And
Zanzibar Barbarian asked to see the Pope Francis Arsenal clip again.
Yeah, okay. Just come back from the Wigram. What was that Pope clip? This one is another silly one that I love.
Harry Kane.
You want him to do you so much you could do anything.
I just want to win. I want to win trophies. I just want to win. I don't think there's a day that goes past where I'll wake up and think I want to win something. I want to win the Premier League. I want to win the Champions League. I want to win the FA Cup. I want to win. And in 3 years' time, if I haven't won a few trophies by then, I think it'd be disappointing. It's the same old Tottenham. They choke on the big stage, but as you know, stuff like that don't just change. In 3 years' time, we got to be. When you walk in the training ground, there's got to be a wall saying Premier League winners.
I say absolutely we're going to build 100%. I can smell the failure.
You'll do
this.
You could.
So just I'll do the Pope one. The Pope's a gooner. I think we all knew that anyway.
Pope and the Queen. The Queen was a gooner.
The Queen was a gooner. She was a gooner. He's a gooner.
Couldn't understand the mentality, and he was trying to find reasons for it. But Ray Parlour would never have given up ever in that situation.
Holy shit, just please shut up. Nobody gives a shit about anything you're saying. Your brain is fucking smooth. All your brain cells must be decaying. Your opinion is not okay. Now just shut up and don't speak again. You have the worst opinions I've ever heard. Do they follow? No, 'cause that's kind of what it sounds like.
Yeah, there's some that you enjoy.
Good.
Here we go. This is Squeeze Barbarian.
We've got one question only. What do we think of Tottenham? What do we think of shit? Thank you.
I love that one.
One more. It's happened again. It's happened again. It's happened again.
So stupid. Forgive me. Where are we at? So
I like that one. That was good.
Thank you for indulging me. There we go. So just come back from the Wigram. That was for you, Zanzibar Barbarian. Yeah, Rosie, your shorts are great. It does take a long time to edit videos. You use, I think I saw a little video leap come up on your one as well, don't you?
Rosie does heels, baking, cooking, all kinds of great stuff.
I'd never get the food ones. I love the food ones.
I love the makeup. I love the heels.
Yeah, it doesn't go for me. The heels are weird. I just yeah, but the other ones are like, what's the other one of the day where it's like it's not accessory, it's like the
Cosmetic of the day she does.
She does cosmetic of the day, but there's also, what's it called, where like she has I have to look, it's not appliance, but you know, it's a furnishing or something like that of the day. Rosie, what are the other ones you do? You do a not accessory, it's like a home furnishing or something, like get in the
she did one of the Volkswagen the other day, like a furnishing. I remember she posted just 2 days ago. I remember seeing that.
Put the link in footy, food and giggles. So yeah, so shorts. I'm looking forward to doing more shorts, but I'm pushing this you know, the news, the Gooner News. I'm really enjoying that because I found a way to make the lips sync to what I'm saying rather than having to try and figure out how to make what I'm saying look like the lips that are moving.
Dan, I've
never. Yeah, it's probably true. I've noticed if you repost a short, how do you repost? Do you just literally repost it? I don't even know how to do that.
You have to re-upload it entirely, Rosie, or can you just click a button to like repost, like on Twitter or Instagram?
That's it. Home decor of the day. Yeah, that's always like.
That's when she posted the Volkswagen. I saw on her page.
Yeah, I don't really get any say in the home decor.
Upcycled post.
I don't get any, and I don't need any say in the home decor. But I've got the Gooner Cave is all me, and it's an absolute. It's an absolute.
I love the artwork on the wall. I'll show you later. I'm not sure if you saw it before in my streams. I paint, Dan, and I painted a picture of Henri and Bergkamp.
Oh wow! Well, you painted it.
Yeah, I paint. I even gave one of my paintings to Granit Xhaka, my favorite player. At the
time.
My
god! Who Granit Xhaka was your favorite player?
Yeah, at the time.
He?
Well, in the most recent Emirates era, but of all time, it's Ian Wright and Bergkamp.
Yeah, same. I think Ian Wright for. I think football. I always like Johan Cruyff when his quote was, "There isn't a perfect footballer, but when I close my eyes, I see Dennis Bergkamp."
Yeah,
and I think that says it all for me.
Only wore heels once.
And I saw this. That was a Rocky Horror Picture Show in 1982. Nearly killed myself. Upload it again. I don't know. I think you just make them and move on, don't you? And then people find them if they want to find them. Am I wrong? Like, should I just be uploading them again?
I think you should upload them again because you have a new audience.
Yeah, maybe.
Because Rosie's right. People are unlikely to scroll all the way back.
So what do you do then? Don't you lose all of the? How do they let you sort of repost it? I don't even know how that works.
Oh, you can download the video from YouTube if you don't already have it.
Mm.
Do you already have it saved like on your phone?
No, I delete them all.
Oh, okay. I can show you how to do that. There's like a website where you can do YouTube to MP4.
Oh yeah.
Save it on
okay, yeah. I have seen this. Yeah, I could do that.
And then
I might have them. I'd have to look. I might have them because I've got loads of stuff on the cloud.
Well, now we're giving you work to do on your vacation.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm really looking forward to content creating because, you know, like at work, to be honest with you, I can't do anything at work. I can't even, I use a completely different computer, so I'm not even tempted. And then, you know, obviously this week I've been working until 8 and then I finish work and I'm having dinner with a family and then it's like 10:30, I sneak in here and I do a show twice a week and the rest of the time you're just tired, you know.
Yeah, Zanzi Barbarian was in my chat yesterday and he said, Mel, I'll see you tonight here. And I was only 17 minutes late today, but guys, I made it.
Yeah. I can't believe you were doing you were literally I was like watching you and Luca on your
I was doing the same thing.
I was like,
I had it open in the background and I was typing in here. And then I'm like waiting when you're gonna drop the link. Then Rosie, I don't know, she read my mind and she said, Dad wants you on the pedal. I said, I'm coming, Rosie.
And so because I was watching yesterday it was really cool because I was watching Mr. Arsenal podcast, and I was watching Moss.
Yeah, they were doing the watch along yesterday.
Yeah.
I was watching the game from work, and I couldn't even celebrate the goals because
I was shameless. I was celebrating so hard on the certainly the second and third goals. I was like, yes.
Yeah, what a brilliant goal from goals.
I was watching it, but it's hard because Ryan was doing the ladies' game as well, and he was
Bayern Munich game.
It's distracting. So I was like, I don't know, Then you have the thing of my link is about 10, 15 seconds ahead of them.
And the same score line. Both games, men and ladies won 3-2.
Crazy, huh? I thought
Yeah,
I was because I hadn't worked out that the ladies' game had obviously started later. So I was like, how is it? Yeah. I thought it'd gone into extra time or something.
Oh no.
I always remember Xhaka for his no-nonsense attitude and bombs from outside the box.
Kicks were really good.
Granit Xhaka.
I really liked him. I felt like he was under Unai Emery times, and I hate bringing up this former manager, but Unai Emery times, he really threw Xhaka under the bus, a lot of it. And some of the red cards that Xhaka got, I'm not going to say all of them are inexcusable, but some of the red cards he got, I felt that it was undeserved red cards. And that's just my
to me it wasn't even his. I thought Crystal Palace was a low point, right? It was a low point in the Emery era. It was a low point as an Arsenal fan. It was a low point. And I honestly can't believe that Xhaka was ever able to resurrect his career from that low point. But I think it's worth reminding people who say they want Emery in charge again, just go, that's how bad it was.
It was terrible.
And because we talked about it the other day, didn't we? Like on here, it was like there were a few people saying Emery wasn't that bad, and I was like, it's because you don't remember, you just choose to forget,
Yeah.
Oh, well, look what he's done at Villa. He took them from 17th to, it's like
they have no expectations to win trophies at Villa.
So, well, and then they have this. It's the same with Tottenham, and it's the same with Newcastle and Villa. As soon as you put them in the Champions League and they've got to play,
they're pissed poor.
They fall apart. Newcastle fell apart last season in the Champions League. They haven't recovered. Villa are doing really well in the Champions League, but they've fallen apart in the league. And Tottenham are Tottenham. They're just Tottenham, aren't they? There's nothing you can do for Tottenham.
A gift that keeps on giving. Tottenham Hotspur.
I know, and that's the other one I did. Which this is the one I really like. I might show one more. Why not?
Yes, come on, Dan.
Might as well. Yeah, you're right. Like. I mustn't be too bad.
I think you should repost these. If I'm being honest,
I'm gonna look into it because I don't know, because I don't want to lose.
I can email you the instructions on how to do so. And Dan, the views you got from before would double. I think more than double, triple.
I don't know because they're still out there. I mean, they
tags on your shorts. Did you put tags at the time? Because those
never
really
tag.
Dan, you don't use tags.
No, well, I'm a disciple of the vidIQ system, so they don't really make that much difference.
Really?
Tags are really just for subjects where people are searching wrong. They don't really.
The other thing I do. This was something someone told me when I was first new to YouTube. I don't know if this works or not, but sometimes in my views, I've noticed it's helped for Arsenal related streams and reactions was when, let's say we played Palace yesterday at home. I put the location on my studio as Emirates.
Oh, so, I do that. I do Highbury. I always put Highbury.
Yeah. So when people are looking,
that does help.
Oh, it does.
I've noticed that helps. Yeah.
I didn't know the tags it doesn't work then.
Tags, not so much. Tags really aren't as well. Listen, it depends who you listen to and what you read. But tags, everything I've read, and I've stopped using them, and it hasn't made any difference.
Okay.
But hashtags and things.
Are you on Twitter? Or I don't know if you use Twitter or not.
Never used Twitter. Platform. I use TikTok. Actually, it's funny because you load a short up to TikTok and you'll get like 2,000 views.
Yeah. Charlie says that too, but it's hard to bring it over to YouTube. But
it's funny because I'll load. So, I mean, I think for me, this one is a St. Totteringham's Day one.
I remember you mentioned that.
Yeah, so this one did quite well by my standards. It got like 500 views, which is
that's good.
Yeah, for what I do, that's heavy. I don't think I think I've got a couple that have done quite a lot. They're usually taking the piss out of Tottenham. To be honest, but this one is the St Totteringham's Day speech. This one pops up. This one's a more evergreen one because people will watch this around the time, right? So this one is, here we go. Ready?
Yes, ready.
To the ending of the world, but we in it shall be remembered. We few, we happy few, we band of brothers. For he today that sheds his blood with me shall be my brother. Be he ne'er so vile, this day shall gentle his condition. And gentlemen in England now abed shall think themselves accursed they were not here, and hold down manhood's chief, whiles any speaks that fought with us upon St. Totteringham's Day.
So
really
stupid.
careful. Oh, I love that in the background.
This is like, do you know when you like when something takes you? I did that one on a Sunday morning in bed, and it was like it took 15 minutes, and it was done, and that's it. That's how I like my shorts. But there are, you know, I'd look at it. The way I look at it is, you just keep going. You just keep going and going and going and going, and one day maybe the thing to do is put them all in a video or something, or I don't know. But I think with the live streams, what's been brilliant about live streams is it's just, this is what I enjoy. It's stopped being about thousands of people seeing something. It's been more about, yeah. And you think if I put something out now, I think of you guys watching it, and I don't think of like 50,000 people watching it. I just think if 6 or 7 people like it, then they're the 6 or 7 people, you know.
I think Moss always says that too, and you know, he's now closer to 1K, but he always says, you know, my views aren't that good. And I said, well, you know, the community you build sometimes it means more than the views you get. And even me recently, like I have so many subs, but I don't think all of them are because I'm so inconsistent because of my day job. Yeah. It's hard I don't do this YouTube full-time or part-time. It's just something I do to help me a lot with my mental health. And I'm so thankful for that, because God knows what would have happened to me in the pandemic. I would have lost my mind going crazy over.
Yeah. For me, and I was just that. I put my life into a business. It didn't work, and I was just sat there thinking, I don't know what I'm doing next. And I knew I was going to get a job, and I knew it would be something, and I'll throw myself into something else.
On track, yeah.
But it was just something to make me focus, and you know, and it just became something I did for me, and I really liked it. Red Skull, great to see you, sir. January, February fixtures is hard. No, they're not. We talked about this earlier. They're not that bad.
We have 5 home fixtures in January.
Yeah, we've got 5 games. So we've got Brentford away, Brighton away in the first 4 days of January. Then Spurs home, Villa home, Wolves away, Man City home.
Then Man United at home in January in the...
No, Man City at home is in... Oh, yeah, but I'm talking about just league games. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, we do have Champions League.
Dinamo Zagreb.
We have Dinamo and Girona. That's it, right?
Yeah, Girona is away.
We only need to win the Dinamo game and we're through.
Yeah.
The way to think about it, when you first uploaded videos, how many followers did you have? How many do you have now? Yes, yeah, it's true, but I don't have that many. I mean, I think I've grown 700 in a year. You know, it's not. It's funny because there's videos I've done where I get 100 subscribers for it, and I haven't done one of those in a while. So now it's just a steady tick.
I like your pre-recorded videos, the way you interact with your viewers on the pre-recorded videos. It's very personable. I watched one the other day you made. I got a notification for it, and I really enjoyed it. It was fun.
It's a bit dispiriting though, because on these ones they're like getting less than 100 views, and that's okay, you know. But it's like the editing is a long process.
Do you think sometimes it's the YouTube algorithm? Because for me also, I feel like the YouTube algorithm does me no justice.
No, so I know a lot about this because I did research this, and the algorithm is really clever, and all it does is it tells people what they're going to enjoy and what they're going to watch.
Yeah.
So the reality is, when I don't get a lot of views on my videos, I know it's because actually, I tell you what it is. if like over the next couple of weeks, I will sit down and I will script videos, and I'll start with a hook and I will build the pace into it. The ones that you're talking about is me. I sit down, I turn the camera on, I talk about it, and then I cut it as well as I can. But I'm never ruthless enough at the editing. So they go on a little bit. They're quite long-winded and they don't have a definite point. And it's very hard to then create a good... Right. And not only that, but my titles and thumbnails are pitiful, you know, like, so I do the worst thumbnails and I do really bad titles. And when you get to it, that's the biggest part of it. Everyone always says you start with the thumbnail and then you build a video from it. And I don't do that. So I will come on and I'll talk about, like, I've got a video to do that I've written on the January transfers, which I think is quite well written. But then you go, right, I don't know what the title is, I don't know what the thumbnail is. And so it becomes, it's a proper job to do it. When I was not doing live streams, but I like the live streams more than I like making videos. So coming on and talking to you and having the banter in the background.
Sorry, you know, Dan, there's a website I use for my thumbnails. I now use Photoshop, a mix of Photoshop, but there's this website I use called Canva. And
yeah, I've tried that.
You like it, you don't like it, or
I've used it. I never used it for thumbnails. I used it for descriptions, which I use vidIQ's app for now.
Oh, I didn't know Canva helps with descriptions.
Yeah, that's what I used it for, because I was like, there's got to be a better way than me writing these descriptions.
But I use Canva for graphics, and they're quite good. They have a lot of free tools to use there as well. But
so I use Pixar, and on the vidIQ app, it lets you see on. I don't know if you will have seen this, but on YouTube now you can do the test 3 thumbnails. You know, when you load a video, and it lets you choose the 3 thumbnails, and you can just put 3 different ones on, and it'll run the one that's most successful. But here's what happens. I finish work. I have dinner with the family. 10 o'clock, I come out. I start filming a video. It takes me till midnight. Then at midnight, I'm ready to upload it. Then I've got to design the thumbnail, do the titles. And it's like 2 in the morning, and you're like, I just don't care enough now. Just get it out there. And then you always think, God, if I had a bit longer, I could do a bit better. And so Christmas and the New Year period, any periods like that where I get to just, you know, I get to just be making videos is what I look forward to. Here we go. There's 19 likes. That is a bloody record. Thank you, people. You're here for a historic moment. Arsenal is doomed in January if we don't buy players. We're not going to buy players. Let's be less doom. 19 likes. Bloody hell. Who would you buy? Rosie wants to know.
Who would you buy in January? I don't get the comment. Are we frozen, Dan, or are you just sitting still? I'm guessing we're frozen. My shorts get about 500 views each, but I only have 200 subs. I'm thankful for the community. I have a handful of people I speak to off YouTube. Yeah. Are we frozen? I'm not sure if we're frozen. I think Dan's frozen. My eyesight's really bad, though, so I'm not sure if he's just really good at staying still. I'm assuming he's frozen. Sorry, technology. We were just talking about it. Well, Red Skull says we have the Carabao Cup, FA Cup, and Champions League, and Premier League in January and February. That's why it's hard. A lot of fixtures and teams we have. Yes, I did mention that earlier. We have a lot of games coming up, and we're going to have to rotate some players. It's only normal to, because of us being in both domestic cups, and we have the Champions League to focus on and the Premier League. I don't want us to put all our eggs in one basket in the Premier League like last season, and I hope we can win this League Cup. It would be great. Why do you need to have dinner, Dan? Eating is for losers.
It's family time. I can't believe that Lee Gunner hacked my internet to get rid of it. Damn him! He's never going to stop me. Dinner is for losers. You're right. I need to stop eating so much dinner. Where was I? I was just about to put one up here as well. We have Carabao Cup, FA Cup, Champions League, and Premier League in January. So let's be happy, right?
I just read that one. Yeah.
Yeah. So what were you saying? Like that's good, isn't it? We're in all these competitions.
I said it's good we're in these competitions and not putting all our eggs in one basket like last season, where we put everything into the league.
You know what, though? Honestly,
I really thought we were going to do it, though.
If we win the League Cup and nothing else, everyone's still going to want Arteta to get sacked.
Yeah,
right?
they'd get his head, go for his head because, we spent so much money, this and that. And
You saw it earlier, though, Luca. That was so classic because he's like, he has wasted a lot of money, but we're not ambitious enough. And you're like,
how can we be ambitious without spending money?
one of these statements cannot be true. Like it always pisses me off though, because people say, "Oh, we spent 700 million." No Arsenal manager ever spent 700 million before. It's like I spent £50 on 4 hot dogs at a winter market. That's because of inflation. It's not because I'm suddenly being ambitious and buying everyone
for 4 hot dogs in London.
Not what it's worse. So obviously I'm Austrian. And part of my culture is bratwurst and frankfurters and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So when I took the family around, they did a winter market in Leicester Square, and they had like all the bratwurst and stuff and bockwurst. And I thought, brilliant. They're like £12 each, and they're shit.
No!
Shit. And I was like, £47 for 4 hot dogs.
What a waste.
It's terrible, but I'm not going around saying, like, at last I'm showing ambition and buying everyone in the family hot dog. 10 years ago, I'd have bought everyone a hot dog and had change for £20.
Yeah.
When we're buying Declan Rice for 105 million,
it
doesn't mean he's worth 50 times what Ian Wright was worth when we signed him.
Yeah, it's the price
that's the price today. So when Man City was spending their big money, they were doing it 4 or 5 years before the prices really took a lift. You wouldn't get Virgil van Dijk for 70 million now. You wouldn't get Kevin. Well, you might do actually, because Kevin De Bruyne was a bit of a. So when people say, "Oh, we spend too much money," like in line with other clubs, we've rebuilt the team. You look at what it's going to cost Man United to rebuild the team now, having already rebuilt it 5 or 6 times. It's going to be huge. It's going to be a huge spend for them. They're going to be
still in that I think they're just starting or trying to start that rebuild phase, Man United.
They should never have spent 70 million on Rasmus Højlund.
Yeah.
They should never have spent what they did on Joshua Zirkzee. They got overcharged for Casemiro. They get overcharged for every player because everyone can see them coming, and so now they're going to have to do it all over again. Look at Chelsea, 1.2 billion.
Yeah, Chelsea. A lot of deals, but still, come on.
1.2 billion, and they've got Nicholas Jackson up front and then Nkunku. They haven't even bought a striker yet. They haven't gone out and bought. I know they've got João Felix and, there's players. I think, listen, I hate to say it, but I think Chelsea, they might have a good season this season. Whether they do it, whether they win the title, I don't think they will.
Well, I hope not.
Well, yeah, I hope not. But I just don't see it. I don't think they will. I've gone, like I said, all you can do, right, is you go through the league fixtures and you work out who you think's going to win. You accept that you're not going to be right all the time.
Yeah.
Like Rosie's 14 match accumulators. You get one of them right and you're probably laughing. But but I looked at it and I think I still see us beating Liverpool because I think they've got their tougher games to go. I'll say, look, this is Jose. I don't mention the money because a rebuild on a scale that we needed required a massive war chest. Yeah, no, and I think that's fair. It's when you spent 2 to 3 hours editing a video and you just get 15 views. It's demoralizing, so I gave up. It is demoralizing, but you know what? I've stopped caring. Like, I think you have to stop
I don't care. I just go live, and whoever's joining me, I don't even tell people I'm going live. If people's there, they're there. If not, if only I have one viewer, I'm still going live.
I think that going live is different. I think going live, like the Tuesday, Thursday here. I went live for the Man United game on the weekend, and about 10 minutes in, I had like no one watching. So I thought, I'm not really into this anyway.
I don't even know if I was there for that. Was I there for
that? No one was. Like, literally, it was just I went live and I was talking to myself for 10, 15 minutes.
When was that? On Sunday?
I think it was the it was the Man United game on Sunday.
I went to a birthday party on Sunday. That's why I wasn't home.
The Manchester derby, and I did it, and I was watching it, and I was like, I'm on my own. There's no point doing
Nobody
this.
was here. Oh no.
But when you make the videos, I think
Spending
it's
a lot of hours editing.
Yeah, but the problem is the videos. I never get any traction at all from post-match reactions or anything like that. The videos I've done where they've been good have been what I call them think pieces. So they're like, why Man City won't win the league this season? What really happened with Ben White at England? Where you do them, they're not so much me sitting talking to camera. They're edited visuals, you know, and that's the bit that takes all the time. Because my Dominic, my partner, she always goes, "Oh, you're not doing another one of those ones." Because I'll sit there and I'll write a script. I'll do the voiceover and I go, right, all I've got to do now is cut all the images together. And then it'll be 24 hours of trying to find the images. And that's the bit.
The script, and then you go back to scratch again. I used to be like that. But it seems like you're a perfectionist because you want things to be quality. You care about quality more than quantity. And that's good.
It is, but it hampers the amount you can put out there. So you can't so in the end, I tend to just go, I'll chuck this out. It's not quite ready, but I'll chuck it out. And then you're not going to get. There's no point. You'd get the tits cut off you if you tried to charge £50 for 4 hot dogs.
That's crazy for 4 hot dogs.
Well, I have a hot dog company, called World's Worst, and I would never charge. We do chili dogs for £6.50.
Oh, chili dogs are the best.
I know. I fell in love with chili dogs in Las Vegas, and I was like, I got to do this in England.
They're really common here.
Yeah, they're not here. That's the mad thing. Like a good sort of chili dog, you don't see them. So inflation is a big factor. It is absolutely, because you can't compare signing a player in 2019 with signing a player in 2024. But that said, the market's changing again. It depends on how we do in the league. If we push Liverpool to last game and win a cup, that's not too bad. If we finish third or lower, it's a problem. We can't compete. Yeah. Do you know what? That's a really good point. I absolutely agree. And I think I said that.
It is.
I think it's the interesting thing is like Carl Walsh, when he was on months ago now, I think it was September or August, and he was like, if we win the League Cup and finish 5th, I'll be happy. And I was like, I'm the opposite. If we win the League Cup and finish 5th, I want Arteta out. But if he finishes 2nd on the last day of the season and we don't win a cup, I'd still see that as progress. And that's what's great about football. We have different opinions. Chelsea will do well this season. I thought they'd finish 4th at the start of the season. I think they'll finish 2nd. I think they'll finish. I've got them finishing 3rd, so we're not far off. I've posted more videos than I have subscribers. That's the life, isn't it? That's the point. Like everyone is in that stage to begin with.
He did gaming videos, Zanzi Barbarian, before. I saw some gaming videos on his channel.
I think
hard with gaming because there's so many people, just like Arsenal. There's so many Arsenal channels out there: the good, the bad, and the very toxic stuff. Yeah.
There's a really funny. I've never released it, but I did a Lee Gunner floating head, and he's just singing "I'm a Creep" by Radio. I can't just be that bold, you know? But it's the silliest thing, and I love it. I watch it sometimes. You have to stop caring. There's a community around you. Got really bad experiences on YouTube before. Got a place. That's what I do.
I have really bad experiences when I started.
Yeah, I mean, I've never had really bad experiences. I had a music channel, which the music wasn't very good, so it didn't do very well. Called World's Worst. Yeah, it's called World's Worst Hot Dogs. There's a couple of food things I've done. I just didn't take off, and I keep meaning to do more, but hot dog business. We did up until the pandemic supplied hot dogs to cinema chains. But really good hot dogs.
Oh, you would sell to cinema chains?
Yeah, it was a good. Because we had one in East London that, like I sold them in there. I said you'll get in the Time Out Good Food Guide if you
like in VU.
Say again? No, not in the really big ones, because they're more. They buy crap, they just buy crap.
The cheap crap.
So private cinemas. There's one in Whitechapel in London, which is absolutely brilliant.
Oh, I know Whitechapel.
So there's a huge cinema there called Genesis, and they did until
really?
ago. They used to sell our hot dogs. Yeah, K
Wait,
dogs.
is that cinema still around there?
Yeah, still there.
Near the hospital, Whitechapel.
Right by there's a pub called the Blind Beggar, which is famous for the craze, and
no
it's
clue.
it's just up the road from there. But it's on the main strip. It's the big.
Are you familiar with that area? I go to after every match day, Dan, because everything shuts early in London, which I dislike.
Yeah, I know.
I go to this Turkish.
Unless you go to Hackney, you need to go to Hackney.
I've heard of Hackney before.
Yeah, you need to go to Hackney if you want to stay up late in London. There's the Russian clubs and the drinking clubs. It's like London is 24 hours, but you have to. It's not where you. It's like central London dead.
Yeah,
empties out.
I don't go there yet. No, I always go to this Turkish restaurant in Aldgate, so just before Whitechapel. It's called
If you like Turkish restaurants, you've got to go to Hackney.
I love Turkish food. Yeah.
Oh my god, they like Turkish, Kurdish, Turkish.
So
Green Lanes is the like where I'm from, like Camden. You've got Greek Cypriots on Mornington Crescent. So you've got where I grew up, it was normal. You'd go to a pub till very late, and then you'd wake up like having left the pub, and you'd go and have a kebab before going to bed. And
that's what I'm talking about.
I could talk for hours about the difference between Turkish and a Greek gyros and a Turkish doner kebab. Like just love that food. But the best kebab place in London's they're all in Hackney.
Wow, I gotta go. Wait, can you put some tube there?
Huh?
Can you
no,
go?
there's no tube in Hackney. That's why no one ever goes there. But you get you can get there really easily on buses, but you can get there in the overground as well. So if you go to Highbury and Islington, go up to Kingsland Road, Dalston, and you come out of Dalston.
Oh, change from Dalston.
Yeah, it's Dalston is the station. So Dalston, you come out and that's Hackney, Dalston, Kingsland. Or you get a bus or a cab. It's so near, but it's the best.
I normally stay in Highbury and in Angel. I normally stay when I go for games, or if I'm not with my family in East London.
There's some nice restaurants in Angel. There's
There's Mexican, or there's
that Oaxaca. That's a good one, Oaxaca. But the best one, I'm going to check to make sure they're still there. But it's Gallipoli. There's a chain of restaurants called Gallipoli on just up the road from Angel, just opposite the cinema. Next door on the side of the road that the cinema.
Near the Nando's, on Upper James Street.
No, it's on Upper Street. But no, I don't know where the Nando's is. I don't eat at Nando's.
Really? I love Nando's.
I've been to one Nando's in my life. What's the point? I don't get it.
Oh my God, Dan, if you're ever coming to Canada, don't go to Nando's. It's terrible.
Oh, I would never go to it's funny. My best friend in New York, when I was living in New York, first time we went out, and he took me to TGI Fridays.
Oh.
We were in Manhattan, and outside there was this hot dog guy, and I'd never had a New York hot dog, and I was like looking out, going, "Oh, why are we in a TGI Friday?" So we ordered all this massive amount of food, and he goes, "So what do you think?" And I'm like, "Yeah, it's all right, but we have TGI Fridays in London." He went, "Yeah, you do?" And I was like, "Yes, a chain. Like it's the same everywhere." Buffalo wings.
My friend told me he went to TGIF. He's also from Stevenage. I'm like, "What? You have that in London?" Not in the UK, what?
Yeah, I mean, it's all right. But yeah, Gallipoli, there's 3 restaurants, and I think they're still open, but I haven't been there in a few years.
Italian food?
No, it's Turkish. Meze, really? The best.
Gallipoli.
The best Turkish food at the best price.
Really?
Upper Street.
I've never heard of it.
Gallipoli, Gallipoli 2, Gallipoli. There's 3 restaurants.
Wow.
And it's on Upper Street, and it's on the left-hand side where the cinema is, and you walk up. And I used to work opposite it. It's next to the Strada.
I know what cinema you're talking about now. Wait.
Electric.
Yeah. Okay, I know.
Private independent one on the green. Yeah. Screen on the green. Absolutely fantastic. K-Dog. Rosie, how do you know this stuff? K-Dog. That was our bestseller, the K-Dog. We did vegan ones, not dogs, all kinds of stuff.
Do you still do the business?
No, I run it, but I do little bits and pieces through it, but nothing anymore. It was a side project. We used to do catering. So I do events. So I would do we'd serve 100 people.
Yeah.
We do roast pork and dumplings. We do
Oh, that sounds
schnitzel.
great.
We do the various different hot dogs. And it was just me cooking. So it was like doing, like, I loved
I
it.
didn't even know you can cook. We're learning a lot more about you.
Yeah, no, I owned a restaurant. I used to own a restaurant.
Wow,
and,
really?
and I spent my life savings on a restaurant and it went bust in less than a year.
Yeah.
It's just a really tough game, man. It's a tough game to be
The
in.
food chains are hard. I have one of my friends. He's also near London. He is Greek Cypriot, or no, yeah, he's Greek Cypriot. He told me to try their food. It's really good.
Yeah, if you put a gun to my head, and I've got a lot of Turkish friends, right? So I have to be very careful. But the Greek Cypriot kebab is the best.
Better.
It's
Yeah.
the best. Just because it's the lamb is so tender and so juicy, and it's it's just beautiful.
I went to one right near Wembley Station, but I didn't like that.
No, I've never had a good food in Wembley, and I'm saying that.
If you want a quick bite to eat before a game, just go to Mackey's or something.
Oh, you know what? Like on the Holloway Road, there's a few good places. There's nothing sensational, but there's
like by the station, there's one.
Highbury Corner.
Yeah,
like, that's pretty decent.
Before.
There's a few, but like when I remember the first time I went to the Emirates and I went in there and we'd started World's Worst, and I was like, oh my god, they sell bratwurst. I had one and I was like, no, they don't sell bratwurst.
Yeah, not
shit.
impressed.
Because I was like, I would otherwise I would have said, listen, we can supply you, it'd be the best food, but like they need the margins. Jana Fisher. Hello, I didn't say hello. Nice to see you.
Hopefully you're a new subscriber. If you're new, please subscribe.
I could start a channel about half and half scarves just to hate would generate a lot of traffic. You would from me. I don't get it. It's funny now, whenever I see one, Jose, I always think of you in that first time you introduced me to them. I don't think I'd ever seen them before. BA's kind of 81 half and half scarves or 100% naff. Yeah.
I went to the Munich game against at home, and I went to the away leg. I was carrying around a half and half scarf, and I said, Jose, you're so lucky. I have respect for you because I'm doing this for you. I felt so embarrassed.
It would be that, wouldn't it?
And it was those random guys near the train tube station having their hands full of them, and I'm like, no one's gonna buy this crap. Yeah, I'm buying it.
Do you know what? Like, Jose, you put down you have to go to Dallas Barbecues if in New York. There are so many good places to eat in New York. It's ridiculous. Yeah, but I have never. I've always wanted to go to a proper Texan barbecue in Texas. I've never been to Texas.
I lived there for 6 months. They have really good Brazilian steakhouse, but they have seafood there. It's called Fogo de Chao in Texas. I think they have it in other states too.
I just think like a proper trip across the United States down the south. Just eat everything that you can possibly find.
But you might not want to come back.
I don't think I would. But I don't. I think I'd have to at a certain point just for cholesterol reasons. Yeah. But no, food like that, like really good beef. That's the. If you do the half and half thing, you need to hold up a scarf and ask your viewers which half shall we cut off and burn. Zach has 6 to 8 hot dogs and buns for his first dinner at 5 o'clock, then 8 p.m. and his second dinner. It's incredible how they eat, isn't it? But I will say this: we did a guy from UNICEF got in touch with me, and he did a live stream. This is about 8 years ago, using my hot dogs, and he was like, "I reckon I could eat 11 of them," and I was like, "You can't." And he was like, "No, I honestly can. I can eat like 11, 12 hot dogs." I was like, "No, you can't. Each hot dog weighs 200 is a quarter of a pound. Sorry, each hot dog is 250 grams. It's a quarter of a kilo, right? So these are the large ones. So that's 200. So 4 of them is a kilo of meat." And he was like, "Yeah, that's." So, and he managed about 5 or 6, but it was the funniest thing because he had them all sat in front of him. And when he saw them, I said, like, we use demi baguette, so it's a half a baguette and a half a pound of meat, literally just meat, nothing else, like 20% fat, 80% shoulder. You can't eat 2 kilos of meat. No one can. And if you are going to be able to eat 2 kilos of meat, there's no fucking way you're eating 4 baguettes. You know, like, so
way too much.
So they had this whole big event live, and they were around some of the UNICEF offices, and he sat there and he ate 5 and had to call it a day. And I was like, did really well, man. Like, no one ever. We used to do this thing called Norma portions, because my mum's called Norma, and we would say it's £20 for Norma portions at one of our events, so you can come and get unlimited food.
Oh wow!
So you can have roast pork and dumplings, schnitzel, 3 hot dogs, 8 hot dogs. No one ever ate more than 3 portions because it's a lot of food.
Yeah.
And this guy wanted to try and eat 6 or 7. There's a video online somewhere of someone who ate 7 of our hot dogs at once, and it just was the funniest thing. And there's like, I used to do one called the Mad Dog, which, because I had a friend from Ethiopia and a friend from Jamaica, and they came to the first event and they were like, your hot dogs aren't hot enough. So I was like, I will see about that.
Wow.
So I got 250,000 Scovilles worth of chili, and which is a lot. Which is like biting into a habanero pepper twice, and I put it on there.
Challenge like that, but hot dog.
And we did it. We called the Mad Dog Challenge, because I used to say to people, the only thing you should ever do with a Mad Dog is put it down. Don't eat one of these. I used to say, I make people sign a disclaimer, so don't eat this. Just don't eat it. Don't eat it.
Yeah.
And they just eat and eat and eat. I used to say, if you're hungry and you eat one of these, the rest of the day all your food is free with us. As long as you have one. If you eat a Mad Dog, you can have Mad Dogs free for the rest of your life. And I sold hundreds of them only once. Wow. No one ever came back. I used to sell them at the place I worked, and I had to stop selling them because people were going home like halfway through the day going, I can't stay at work, I'm in bits. TTFN Misfit.
Take care. Misfit, yeah, he said he had to call in a night. Steve, Arsenal Misfit. No.
How could anyone leave? Night is young.
He's got work probably in the morning.
Yeah, me too. It's last day though, so you're already halfway there. I have quite a few. Later, Misfit. Steve, take care.
BX has
great to see you, by the way. An extremely high percentage of restaurants don't make it past the first year. Mine didn't. I put my entire life savings into it, and I was on the night we had a launch party because it was in really good bit of London. It was in Kent. It was in just basically I did sell. I had some good moments. We used to Ginger Spice. I made her a meal because it was in a quite a posh
Ginger Spice.
Yeah, so it was like we had some fairly I was kitchen, so you don't come out and say hello to anyone. But we were in a good spot. We had good write-ups. We had everything, but we just got killed because we just didn't know what we were doing. We're charging like £4 for things we should have been charging £7 for. And we sold. It was a Central European restaurant, but we did so everything from French classic to Austrian, German, Hungarian goulashes, veal goulash. We had really good write-ups. We had queues around the block sometimes for the food. We were giving away we had really good Italian deli food ingredients.
Nice.
Prosciutto, scamosa, great buffalo ricotta, really good stuff, man. But we just everything
to keep it going, right?
You know what? You get to work at 7 o'clock in the morning. You don't leave till 11. You got to clean the kitchen when the last guest is gone, and you've got to clean the kitchen when you start, and then you've got bills on everything, staff to pay, and you don't make any money. And we were stupid. We never costed the food. We just charged what we thought we could get away with. We could have got away with a lot more. And when we had but it was, I tell you what was a really good experience about it. We built this little community of people would come in and have coffee and a croissant we would do in the morning for £1.40. So it's on Westbourne Grove, and it's quite a posh bit of London. So it's quite, it's around the corner from Portobello Road and Kensington. So we had the odds. We had
near Kensington Market.
No, it's a bit further. It's a walk away, but a decent walk. So it's basically
what's the closest tourist thing to it, or something? I'd
Hyde Park. It was
Hyde Park. Okay.
Really, the nearest there's an ice skating rink. It's posh. So Portobello Road,
the area.
Where Notting Hill is filmed. The film Notting Hill with Hugh Grant.
Yes, I know that.
it was a 15-minute walk from that, basically. So
Okay.
it's that part of the world. It's all a little bit.
You know, at the time you started the restaurant, did you also offer delivery, or I guess
Yeah.
that would have been an additional cost? Even
No, we didn't. It was in the days before the apps.
Yeah,
so it was,
I
it's
figured.
in 2000. So we would walk. We would do sandwich orders. So we were really good at selling. We made a lot of. We sold a lot of food. We did a lot of. So we do breakfast. I would do breakfast, lunch, and dinner in there. I used to do scrambled eggs with Italian free-range eggs, really good sausage, like a proper English breakfast. And we would have people queuing up for that on a Saturday morning. But we work 7 days a week, you know, never have a day
no
off.
holidays, yeah.
No holidays,
I
no.
just your stream to one of my friends, Steve. He's a Liverpool fan. He's in the chat now.
All are welcome, even Scousers.
Scousers.
I know you're a foodie. Yep. Did you see Grace Dent is replacing Greg Wallace? Oh God, I hate Grace Dent. Oh,
I really like the Spice Girls too, Rosie. So I think Mel B has one of a house in Bounds Green area, or
no.
was
No,
it
she's not.
Wood Green
I
area?
lived in Bounds Green. I would know. I would never see.
My friend who's Cypriot, he lived there before, and he just moved.
Yeah, that's a big Cypriot area. So Bounds Green, like that's where Amy Winehouse is from. Just up the road,
Really?
literally.
Wow.
Yeah.
He
Bounds
showed
Green.
me around. We went. He's the friend that first took me to Ali Pali the first time we
Yeah,
went.
so Bounds Green is Ali Pali, basically.
Yeah.
Wood Green, Bounds Green, Hollywood
But
Green.
it's a very good posh area, big houses.
No, if you
it's
want
like houses like here. It's nice.
you want to go Hampstead for the point. Like where our deli was, that on that road, Moscow Road, that Galway Road, sorry, just off Moscow Road, that's posh houses, 5-6 million pound houses. Like our people who came to eat at our restaurant were paying £5 for a sandwich. And when we closed, we realized we were just idiots because they were like, "Oh, I love your food. It's really good, you know, and it's so incredibly cheap. It's like you're giving it away." It was like we are basically.
Yeah.
I used to do this sandwich called the famous 5-pounder, which was meatballs and cheese and marinara sauce, and it was like people go, "How are you
Meat
selling
is expensive, you know?" And
we're idiots. We were idiots. We just wanted to cook. I never got that out of my
Would
system.
you ever consider doing something like that on a smaller scale, though, like a takeout? Like you know how you said you did catering before for orders?
Yeah, I think I look around. The reality is, and I'm not trying to put anyone off, but you eat, like the only way I would do food again is if I'm not in the building. I would invest in a restaurant and take a punt in it, but I'm not working in. I've worked in. Like you never work as hard in your life as you do in a kitchen. I've done building sites. I've done lots of different
7
jobs.
days a week, you don't get time for
16
family.
hours a day, 7 days a week, split shifts.
Yeah.
And let's be honest, like
by the time the money comes to you, it's
That's
you know
gone.
you're paying your employees, you're paying every bills.
well, food
electricity.
markups are your food markups are 4 times your net, right? So,
Yeah.
and that's to pay your staff, pay the electricity, pay rent in London.
Very high.
I think the guys that are getting it right at the moment are the ones doing delivery, and they have porter cabins where they produce the food and they just send it out. And it's not a restaurant. They're not paying for a restaurant. If you've got a restaurant in London, it's fatal. Yeah,
Can
no
I just
one.
say something on a side point? There's these shops, and maybe you probably know what I'm talking about. It's these fake American sweet shops in London.
Oh yeah, they're money laundering. Yeah.
They're money laundering. No one goes there. What the hell?
No,
Why do they have
they're,
their
they're
own?
literally just cash business
money.
money laundering. Because
Yeah.
we did go to one because like I took the family into we go into London now and again, and we went to some event at, in London Bridge or was it Victoria actually, and we're like, oh, let's go in one of these, and I ended up buying some American candies that I really like, and I was like, £30.
Yeah, they charge triple.
And then I saw a news bulletin on it, and it was like,
Blood thundering.
That's why.
So the reason I'm bringing this up is I went to the Porto and Brentford game last season with Moss, and Moss is someone so fun to travel with. But Moss, after one night in the game after Porto ended, he got on a random bus. He has no direction of London, and he ends up in central London, and he asks them, so do you have any edibles? Do you have anything for me? And they sold him some of the strongest gummies or something, and Moss is like, "Here, Mel, take half." And
actual edibles.
oh my god, I think
Well,
it was
London.
like I think it's like gummies or something, and Moss, he was like, "Mel, just take a half, and the next morning it's like 4 hours till our flight back to Canada. We were screwed. I was so like hyperventilating, panicking. Oh my god. I will never forget that.
I thought you were going to say like, because I didn't know you can't legally get them over here.
No, I think it was gummy edibles, but he like the guy that sold it to him was like, "This is the strongest we've got. It's imported from New York."
He got it from a shop because he's done better than I've done.
Yeah, he got it from a shop.
Amazing.
He's like the guy that was supposed to give him weed, let him down, and he's like, "Mel, I've had enough of this. I need something."
See, like having lived in London all my life, I never bought it in a shop. But like when I went to Thailand, I was like, "This is immense."
Yeah,
like,
they have it everywhere in Thailand.
Just walk around and buy it now. Like no death penalty
Even
for this.
in Sri Lanka, it's the same thing. Where my mom's from,
Yeah,
you can just buy it on the road. Like, oh my god,
I bet it's cheaper in Sri Lanka than it is in Thailand.
Yeah. I'll never forget that. Like the next morning was our flight. I'm like, Moss, are we gonna make this flight? That was such an incredible night.
Yeah. Well, that sounds brilliant. I'd have to find that shop because I've never. I don't think I've ever had edibles. I've never actually eaten.
No, I think it was THC gummies, but the guy that sold it was like, "This is the strongest gummies we have. It's imported from New York." I don't believe that it came from New York. I think he was just trying to upsell the product.
I'd love that because it's been ages since I.
But it really puts you to sleep after a few hours when it wears off.
Yeah, and you crash out.
Yeah.
That would be brilliant. I'd love to know what shop he was in.
But
so Steve is here. This is Anfield. I'm a Steve LFC. This is Anfield. This is Anfield 89. How are you, Steve?
Anfield 89.
And it's up for grabs. It's great to see you, Gary. How are you? Hello. This is why we do the late night lock-in, because look, people are turning up now. What is that?
Someone asked if I'm
someone saying, kick out anyone who's not respectful. That's a given. Chelsea playing well, so they might be Liverpool's biggest headache in the title. You're not going to make it past February. You can in London, if you're on a bicycle, you can get away with anything. London, if you're on a bike, I don't know about anything. I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, the people who take people's phones in London, but you shouldn't even have them out in the tube.
No, but that's the thing. When I worked in Holloway Road's bad though. Like it's like we used to have a lot because I managed the call center in the Holloway Road.
Oh.
And so you'd have people having a cigarette break, and we'd have people from all over the place. You had Geordies, and they didn't know. And I was like, "Look, I grew up around here, and I'll be honest with you, like, we were poor, man. Like, so if you'd pulled out 600 quid in cash in front of me when I was a teenager, I probably would have. Like, I'm not.
A lot of niggas in Finsbury Park now.
Finsbury Park's always dodgy.
Yeah,
Finsbury Park's properly dodgy. Like, I lived in Finsbury Park. My brother's flat is in Finsbury Park. I
don't even go to that station now to go to Arsenal.
It isn't great, is it? It's not great. I stayed over work because my work is in Highbury and the office is in Highbury. And I went there and I was doing interviews and the boss paid for me to stay overnight in one of the hotels just around the corner from Finsbury Park.
Yeah.
And so I was like walking around going, what am I going to eat? And they've got and I really love it. What's the Mexican chain? What are they called? You don't get them over here really, but you know the really famous it's going to do my head in. Really famous Mexican
Primos.
No. It's like the American Taco Bell. Taco Bell. They've got one in Finsbury Park. Yeah. Next time you're in Finsbury Park, have a look in that Taco Bell and tell me if you'd eat something from that restaurant. It's super. Like, I don't know what the lowest hygiene rating you can get these days is, but it's that. It was like, it looked awful, man.
So what did you order?
Huh?
What did you order then?
No, I looked in and I was like, you can't do it, man. You can't be there. Because around Finsbury Park, you get good kebabs as well. There's some good kebab places.
Really? Oh, yeah, no, I'm not going that side.
No, I mean, you wouldn't. You're not missing much, but it's the whole kind of. For me, I got like Finsbury Park is nostalgia for me. So
yeah,
you
lot
know,
of people
there's
used
some
to
great
go
pubs
to
there.
Arsenal down that way, right?
Yeah, it's the old school Arsenal, isn't it?
Yeah.
Where Highbury was, and used to come out of so. It's funny because I'm going bowling on the 2nd of January with work, and they're doing it at Rowan's in Finsbury Park.
Oh,
and I was
wow.
like, the great thing about Rowan's, you know, when you come out of the Arsenal, at Highbury, all the pubs around there were just rammed. So
Yeah.
it takes you 40 minutes to get out of the
Get out,
stadium
yeah.
into a pub, and then it takes you another hour to get served, and then you're just crushed everywhere. So me and my mates, we would go to Rowan's bowling alley, pay £1, get in, and it's empty.
I
There's a
think.
bar.
Have you been to the 12 Pins pub?
Yeah,
That's
it's right next door to the 12 Pins.
Yeah.
That's why the 12
Because
Pins is
I go
called
to that pub before we go to games.
Yeah. So
On
right
17th.
before, but after a game, it's hard to get served in there. It's hard.
Yeah.
You know, you've got so many, but it's the old Triangle, the 12 Pins, the Hybrid Barn, the Gunners. There's loads of great pubs, but you just get fed up of being crammed everywhere.
Yeah.
But when you go to Rowan's, you pay £1, you go in, it's a bowling alley, but there's a bar. And
Oh.
you just sit at the bar and they'll bring you food and you can order drinks at the bar and you don't have to wait
crammed,
or anything, and
yeah.
it's for £1.
That's
So it was like
really-
a secret trick, but I've never bowled in my life. So on the 2nd, I'm going to be making a total tit of myself trying to get a ball down the out of the gutter. Hang on, here we go. But my main focus is to beat them and get revenge on the robbery in the league last season. What was the robbery in the league last season? I missed that. If Spurs, I see, right. If Spurs beat us, I hope they find. Oh, mate, that was, do you know what? That was robbery. When Tottenham stole that game against Liverpool and their fans wouldn't even, I mean, the sending off of Jota was bad enough. But having a goal, I mean, I would have been furious if we had a perfectly good goal ruled off the way they did. I've got to say, I love Liverpool fans because they
always play the victim card.
No. I don't even think that. I honestly,
I feel
I
that
think
way.
the opposite. I think the way that they reacted, that's pretty cool. Because I would still be complaining about it to this day if that had happened to us. Because we've had some shit happen to us, but not as bad as that. 2 players sent off that shouldn't have been, and a perfectly good goal disallowed. Do you know what I mean? And then Konate, with that poor sod, gets her own goal as well. Like, robbed by a money launderer. We got 2 red cards versus Spurs last season. Yeah,
something like she got robbed in London before. My sister, that happened to my sister, but in Manchester. We went to Manny to do the Old Trafford Stadium tour with my mom and sister.
How was that? It's a shithole.
Oh, what a shithole! And I was forced. But the day before we went to Arsenal, and it was Emery era. We went to Arsenal.
No.
But before that, I had gone to Wenger's last game. But going to do a stadium tour in Emery era, it was like this. Nobody's there. You can do whatever you want. But going to Old Trafford, man, it's such a shithole. It's still the same, like Ronaldo said.
You know what? I haven't been to Old Trafford since the semi-final against Spurs in the FA Cup.
It's a trek,
brilliant game. Brilliant game. So it's a long time ago, and it was a shithole then.
Yeah.
We got Curtis Jones rescinded. I'm saying Melina's story is brilliant, Steve. Okay.
Me and Mark adventures. That was a fun trip for that.
I was pickpocketed in London when I was 12. I also took my jewelry off at a train station in London and walked out without it. Went back minutes later. It was all gone. Well, yeah, what are you doing? Don't take your tomfoolery off, love. We'll have it. We'll nick it. We're a bit lively. No, I will say, like, honestly, I grew up in my next door neighbor. I was telling the family about this because I lived on a council estate in Kentish Town, and we were broke, man. We were poor. But both my next door neighbours were burglars, professional burglars, and their missus would always go, "Oh no, Paul's working away at the moment." You go, "Oh, when's he back?" "Oh, well, good behaviour, about 6 months." And it's just like, so we lived in a bit of London. It was a bit, do you know what I mean? It's in areas anywhere you go. There's always when I went to South London, that was funny because I used to work in Bermondsey. When I started, my mate had a hot dog factory. That's how I got into it.
Oh.
And we used to go to this pub on the Tower Bridge Road. And the first time he took me in there, this guy comes up with a sports bag, goes, "Do you want to buy a joint of ham?" And I was like, "No, you're all right. I'm not buying a joint of ham in a pub." And he goes, "All right. Do you want some Levi's jeans? What size are you?" I was like, "Mate, I'm not no, I'm not here to buy jeans or a joint of ham. He goes, what about a gun? Do you need a gun? And he opened his bag and he had this like pistol in there. I was like, oh, what the fuck? And he goes, what about a 9 bar of hash? I was like, yeah, no, I'll have that.
Oh my
God. £200. So it was like that. Nothing like South London where I grew up, but North London's we were a little bit Robbie. I can't lie.
Yeah, I have some family from Croydon side, and that area is rough. Croydon.
Man, Croydon's not that far from here. So it's like you get to East Croydon is about 50 minutes on the train before you come into London Bridge.
Oh, okay.
I always joke about East Croydon because it is proper
rough. Yeah.
I wouldn't buy anything from somewhere I can't make myself. Taco Bell. Yeah, Taco Bell. I liked it.
Tried Taco Bell, and we have so many here.
I liked it in Vegas. I really liked it. In England, I've yet to try one because, like I said, the one I went to in Finsbury Park, I was like, I don't think I want this. I don't think I want this tomorrow.
The tacos I had was in Texas. It was very good. I can't remember the name of the restaurant, but it was in San Antonio. It was incredible.
See, I deeply regret that I haven't been to some of the deep South, North Carolina, South Carolina.
Yeah, and the people in Texas are very bubbly, cheerful. I went right when COVID happened, and there COVID was non-existent. There, people were living life like normal.
Well, you got so much outdoors and so much sunshine, like you'd figured it. Like I really, that's the big trip for me, like a road movie trip through the deep South. I wouldn't necessarily. I'd probably finish in Florida, but I just want to go to New Orleans. I want to go to Texas. I want to
road trip.
Yeah, where the roads are. You can road trip in America. Like you can't do it in England because you drive for 3 hours and you've pretty much done it. Took my jewelry off to wash my hands. Was a kid. Yeah, don't wear jewelry. Professional burglars. Yeah, I know, right? It's just it's a different world. They were lovely people. Don't get me wrong. I never tried to judge people. Obviously, I would never endorse burgling someone's house. I've been burgled in London 6 times. It's just horrible.
Oh, really?
Mickey Flanagan. I did his pest control. I know Mickey Flanagan. It is a family hobby, mate. Like I was. It's funny at dinner. I was talking to my family. I've got people not in my family. No one in my family's ever been to prison or anything like that, but I grew up with so many lovely, delightful, but ultimately criminal people. The conversations I've had with people go, it's a victimless crime, innit? I said, it's not a victimless crime, you idiot, because Tesco's don't go, oh, well, we'll just lose money. They charge the people paying for stuff for what you've nicked, you idiot. Yeah. So I'm paying for your freebies. I had a friend who stayed with us for a couple of months longer than he initially said he was going to stay with us.
Did he nick off you?
No, but every day, like when he first moved in, I'd open my door and he'd leave a rolled up pair of fresh socks on my door. And I was like, Mark, what are you doing, man? He goes, well, fresh pair of socks every day, innit? And I was like, all right, I was wearing them. And then eventually I just found, look, it's okay. I've got socks. You don't have to give me a fresh pair of socks every day. He goes, well, it's nice to have a fresh pair. I said, it must cost you a fortune. He goes, oh, no, I nick them. I was like, I don't want stolen socks. I don't, nick jewelry. Don't nick jewelry off Rosie when she goes to the toilet. But don't nick socks. Yeah, lifting comic. I didn't have a little shoplifting phase, but
I did this before when I was a kid. Comic book lifting.
No, I never
comics and Marvel.
Well, I used to love comics, but I always paid for them. But no, right, lead figures. I remember there was a thing when I was about 9, and it was little lead figures that people painted. I know that some of us tried. I was just a terrible thief. I've never been cut out for it. If I say it's rough because I live in an area that they steal your trainers and come back for your laces if you drop a coin or a note. Someone's caught it before it's hit the ground. Yeah, I've heard that about Scotland. I've heard that about Glasgow. Hooligan. Jose.
I bet you.
Hello, I subbed. FDT is subbed. Okay, that's it. We can shut down now. We've got a sub. Thank God for that. I said we go for 48 hours till we got sub. FDT, you are a hero. Thank you. Love you.
I was going to say, if you dropped a Rangers jersey, I bet it would still be there.
Who said that?
I was just telling her.
Nice 150. Dan, there's not a job you've not done. Do you know what? I get the piss taken out of me all the time for that because, I didn't go to university. I didn't stay on at school. So I started working super early and I haven't really stopped. But I've never been, you'll be pleased here, I've never driven. I've never had a driving license. So I've obviously driven, but I've never been allowed to drive. So I've never had driving jobs. I lost 2 subs for no reason. Why? I'll sub. Put a link in. I'll sub. You can have my sub. Del Boy, 100%. No, I have sold shit at Camden Market. Do you know what? I'm actually quite a decent market trader. We used to sell Ray-Ban glasses. Now, this is me as a fence, I never nicked anything. But people would always come up and go, how comes they're so cheap? And I'd be, don't worry, they're not snide. They're all stolen. We used to sell stolen gear for my mate Ferris's uncle at Camden Market. So I've done a bit of Del Boying, running from the old bill. The full Deliverance film, I really do. I've got the banjo. Ding, 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 ding. I want to get kidnapped. That's what I want to get kidnapped by somebody in, I want to go to Virginia. I want to see all of America, not just Vegas and New York.
New York is the best in the holidays. I've never been during Christmas time, but it's very beautiful.
I think everywhere you go, it's about people.
Yeah. I've heard good things about Florida, that they're very cheerful because of the sunlight and everything.
I've only been to Miami and I went to Disney World, and Disney World's just a tourist place and it's not a real place, but I loved it. That's your new nickname, Dan. Socks. Shut up. Socks. That's not a good nickname. Arsenal wouldn't burn Molina if I dropped it in a fire. Shite doesn't burn. Oh, you're bitter.
The Arsenal ladies burned Rangers ladies 6-0. How about that, Rosie?
Well, that's not fair, is it? Because the Rangers ladies, it's probably the first time they've played football. Do they play with boots? They don't even have boots up there. It's not the same. It's not fair.
They can't afford football boots.
Food, giggles, and footy at last. I will subscribe to that. Steve, this is all right. So who lost the subscriber? Who needs a subscriber? I'm subscribing up. I've already subscribed to Rosie. I love Rosie's channel. Definitely give that. I've obviously subscribed to you, Miss Molina.
Check out Rosie's shorts and cooking videos.
Yeah, that's what I watch.
My favorite.
Yeah, all the food ones, except
I like the fashion ones.
There's a lot of fancy cupcakes. I need more savory. Go umami. Jordan Hyman LFC. Dan's gonna squeal like a little piggy. Macy's Christmas Village has always been magical for me as a kid, going down downtown to see Santa at Macy's. That must be cool.
Yeah,
that must be cool. I've never done that. That would be cool. Newcastle are gonna wear Arsenal like a scarf, like they haven't done for years. Because keep dreaming. Maybe put money on it. Please put money on it. Haven't been in many, many years, though. Accidental. I don't put my own link in. You did put your own link in. Shush you. Leave it there. There it is. Look.
And Rosie, leave it there.
We love your channel. Except I'm not, the furnishings, I'm not, you can keep that. It doesn't make any difference to me. Unless you want to redesign Laguna Cave. I've got to get one of those Arsenal decals. It's a shame I can't paint because unless you want to send me a painting, I
used to do painting orders in COVID, and I was doing baking, a lot of baking, like catering orders in my local area. And then when I got a real job, because my old job before I got out of law school, I was working in a bank and I hated my job, but it was to pay the bills and to help my dad who was sick. Yeah. So as soon as I graduated, I finally got a job I wanted and I stopped. But it's still a good hobby of mine, and I always enjoy it because it brings out the creativity, which I like a lot.
I've never been able to draw or paint or anything like that. So I doodle a lot, but I'd love to have some sort of artistic bent in that way. Mel, were those Rangers ladies playing with handcuffs and ankle? Oh dear, Monsieur Fidgeny Doubtfire is going to get angry with you. Arsenal ladies beat Rangers because Rangers didn't turn up.
Typical Rangers.
No. So yeah, no, like when the last job I had before I went back into the job I'm in now, they always used to take the piss out of me and say, "Oh, is there a job you haven't done?" And I'm like, "Not really."
Yeah.
Are you gonna Are you gonna draw and design a logo for this channel? I wish you would.
That would be great.
I've got to change the Gooner channel because that is copyright infringement. So
who has the Gooner channel? Oh, Gooner Talk.
No, London Underground own. You know that my logo.
That you mean the TFL logo?
Yeah, that you're not allowed to do that. I didn't know.
Oh, so you could get sued for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what the I don't really know much about copyright law, but I assume that they could just say you can't use it, and I'd have to take it down or pay them some extortionate royalties.
I make some ones on Canva, but it's not.
I have. There's a few. I've got a couple of others, just nothing really bit, and it's just such a shame because that one I really like that one.
I like this one too.
So I just think I'll use it until we get too big.
But you know, people use it like this on Etsy. Like they sell stuff on Etsy with this kind of logo, and I've seen it.
Yeah.
Like,
I think as long as you stay within a certain, I'm not going to sue me, are they? Because I'm not making any money out of it. That's one of, but I know it sounds silly, but it's one of the other things I just didn't want to click on the monetizing because I was like, you know, when you use pictures, I used to work. Just to prove everyone right, I used to work selling in a photographic library before it all went digital. So I have experience of, you know, like I've nicked a lot of photographs in making videos that I should really, they're not, you know, they're copyright protected. So if I'm monetized, I'd end up having to give the money. So this way, I'm not monetized. It doesn't make any difference, you know. After dinner, I baked chocolate chip cookies, and now I want some Haagen-Dazs ice cream.
I haven't even had my dinner yet. I will soon.
Yeah,
I'm not working tomorrow.
Well, I'm gonna have to call it soon because I am working tomorrow.
Me too. It's dinner time for me.
Yeah, 4 hours is a record.
Yeah, and this has been always incredible stream.
I love it. I absolutely love it. It's a highlight of my week. Of course, you worked in a photograph library, Socks. On that bombshell. On that. Occupationally,
his nickname is now Socks, folks.
Yeah, no, it's not though. You can call me Razor. You can call me Gooner Socks. All right, well, all right, Socks then. See if that sticks. You're still Imelda, Rosie. So, Miss Melina, thank you for coming on.
No problem, Dan. I really liked it, and I have a lot of fun joining the panel here and just talking Arsenal freely without, you know, being judged for supporting the club still and believing in the club.
I think we're on the other side of it, aren't we? We give Luca a hard time.
Yeah.
Jose was getting it earlier as well. Jose, you absolute legend. You've been here the whole time. Thank you. Thank you, all of you.
We
Too many to mention.
For your half and half scarves, Jose.
Yeah, Zanzibar Barbarian, you've been here. Your TP you must be asleep in your TP now. Steve LFC, first time. Hopefully you see you again. Jordan, brilliant to see you. Just everyone, like I'm going through this. Gary from DWTT, just everybody. Gemma, thank you. And hopefully we'll see you all on Tuesday. I'm going to do a stream over the weekend, probably on the Sunday for the Liverpool. So who knows, Steve? If you aren't already committed to watching it on a watch along, then perhaps join us. I will be pro Liverpool, obviously, because I don't care who wins the league as much as I want to see you spank Tottenham and get your revenge from last season, which you are well due. But thank you all of you for making it worth staying up this late, and I hope that to see you all Sunday, and then it's Tuesday and Thursday every week at 10:30 BST, GMT. I don't know which it is, but thank you so much. And until I see you again, be lucky.
Hi, everybody.
Lots of love.